I keep running into these lag issues. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. My stats here show that I'm dropping frames, and I don't know if that's still accurate or not. I don't know how it looks on your guys' end. But hopefully that is fixed. If it's not, then we're just gonna have to do good old-fashioned posting up ideas, things like that. Then streaming is just not in the cards for today. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope you guys are doing well. Good morning, Sane. Good morning, Alex. Good morning, Scissors. What's up, Cisco? What's up, Stan? Good morning, guys. Good morning. Some technical difficulties earlier this morning. Just a heads up, we are running that challenge this week. If I can actually find the post that I just had for it. Here it is. Yeah. If it becomes unbearable in the sense of lag, then I'll just have to go to good old-fashioned posting. Streaming won't be in my cards today. I'm hoping it gets fixed, but good morning, good morning. Good morning, Singh. Good morning, Anakin. Good morning, Bear. You. All right. So, just kind of reiterating some of the things that I was talking about inside my corner, talking about the challenge. I've typically hedged on most positions, running the same leverage on ETH, which was right around 65. As far as margin amount, it's really going to be contingent on, how I feel about the move. If I get a big giant sweep down to the downside, let's just say ETH dropped to 2,200 somewhere today, tomorrow, or sometime inside of this week, then that would essentially be a heavier long position for me. We've been in this painful hedge, range for quite some time now. So not being overly committed to either side, whether it be shorts, whether it be longs. I'm more interested in longs for ETH than shorting from these levels. Now, if ETH went to, like, let's say 3,700, 3,800, I'd be very interested in shorting those areas. But as far as longs, that's primarily what I'm looking for on these levels. Some of you guys are saying that it's still lagging on your side. I don't know, guys. It may not be in the cards for us today. May not be in the cards for us today. So I'll just try to share the charts, see what you guys can see. Yeah, I'm dropping a whole bunch of frames on my side when I look at my stats. ETH at 29.37. Maybe I just need to drop bitrate. I'll just drop this down even more. See if that helps in any way. Hopefully that helps. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Nope. Went right back to dropping frame rates again. Let me try one more thing. Let's see. You have no audio. What? Gotta have audio. You can't hear my voice or the music in the background. Should be able to hear music at the very least.
Guess what?
What's going on? What's going on? I have some alarms that are set right over here for ETH inside this area. I was looking at this pattern right here. I'm looking for a wave B. I want to see what the reaction looks like over here inside this area. If we get a rejection, then, you know, obviously we have a higher probability of revisiting this box right over here and possibly even lower down to this liquidity pocket that sits right around 2673. If we get acceptance of wave B, then I'm looking at some of these order blocks, see what price action is going to do inside of these areas. We do have some liquidity pockets that sit all the way up to roughly around like 35.15. That would be the ideal area to start looking at shorts if there are going to be shorts available for us.
Guess what? Guess what?
And something very similar to River. You know, River has some liquidity that sits over there, but I'm going to go to a higher time frame. There's a huge pocket that sits over here inside this area. These are people that are still holding from this zone. So revisiting somewhere in 11, that would be the ideal move. To Twitch? I don't even think I have a Twitch account, to be honest with you. Not to my recollection. I wouldn't know the first thing on how to navigate that. I have to do a little bit of due diligence on that. I'm just going to drop my bitrate down as much as I possibly can for you guys. Hopefully that helps. I dropped it all the way down to 6,000. Let's see if that gives me anything better. But that might mess with the quality, so just heads up on that. I think I know what it is too. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I know what it is. It's a scaling. That might be it. Let me do a couple things here for you guys. See if that helps. All right, cool. So as long as some of you guys are good, some of you guys may not be. I don't know. I do see my stats. My frame rates are dropping on my side, but I'm gonna try to work with what I have here, if that makes any sense. All right, let me turn on some lights. Yeah, it's NCS music in the background. Yep, yeah, NCS. Which is weird. It's NCS, but they still put a copyright on my on my videos either way. What's going on, Stefan? Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, so let's talk about River for a second. I made some adjustments to this just the other day. And that's more accurate. So this literally went to a 0.5, which I didn't have a 0.5 on here. There it is. And let's take a 382, 618. And 0.5 jumped up to here. So this is how I'm looking at River. If anybody's curious as to thought process behind it. So essentially I'm looking for an ABC. Seeing if an ABC occurs. Yeah, I don't think it's YouTube specifically. I honestly think it's my bandwidth. I think it's my upload speed right now, which I have decent internet. I'm just dropping rates. That's all, frame rates. That's why you guys are seeing delays or lags altogether. Just waiting right now. I started building some shorts on River. You know, I like this zone over here. I did get a very colorful message from somebody on Discord that something happened to them on their positions. Obviously, they didn't set stop losses at 81. But yeah, I mean, when you see a coin that's pumping and which looks like it's hitting like all-time highs, you just got to be careful. It doesn't mean that it's not going to come back down at some point. You just got to exit and get back in. So one, don't over leverage. Don't use turn on lamp. There we go. Sorry about that. Now for ETH, I did have a long here. You guys saw me post inside in my corner. Some of you guys may still be holding on to that. That's good. I did long it. I closed mine already because I wanted to get fresh positions with you guys, especially for those that are not even entered. So ETH, I'm really just waiting at this point. It's just waiting for these areas to either get filled once again and then coming down to the downside, or we move up higher first and then we'll move back down. So I would be looking at I'd look for a sweep of this zone over here because we're inside of this range. I'd look for a sweep of that into this like 3,500, 3,529. Inside of those levels is what I'd be hunting for shorts. And then as far as for longs, you know, I want to see what occurs here inside of this liquidity pocket, right inside this zone, right over here. All the way down to this order block. This kind of makes sense because we do have a POC that's sitting on this side right around like 2510, 2516 inside that area. So that would be the next level that I'm looking at if we can't hold this area. This level right over here really derived because this was a demand area right inside this zone. You know, so we have some pivot points that occurred here. You know, now we're right back into that same zone. And then I just really drilled down on that area on lower time frames. So that's how I essentially built mine. I can get rid of this now because I've already surpassed that. So I saw this first impulse come up over here. And really what I did on my end is I just started measuring out what a wave 2 would look like for a subwave. And the subwave landed me pretty much 100% retracements from this little impulse up, but it didn't break below it, right? And you can see, kind of adopt the same strategy. You know, once you start to see you have these wicks represent a battle, you know, and once you get into that battle zone, whether you're short or whether you're long, you know, that's where you want to start positioning yourself to start taking entry. So this is really what I was hunting inside that area. It performed, but I did close it late last night. Again, so that way I could enter with you guys fresh for the challenge. And then just from a higher time frame perspective, this is kind of what I'm looking at. Again, just looking at wave B over here, whether it gives acceptance or it gives rejection. If it starts breaking down at 3049 inside that area, I'll look to get a confirmation for signs of weakness. If we get signs of weakness inside that area, then I'll start looking at opening potential shorts inside that zone and then bringing us right back down into this area. Let's look at weekly real quick. The week just opened. We closed bearish last week, you know, so expecting to see some type of pump up here in the beginning of the week. That's very normal. We're inside of a pretty big order block from 2636. The top of that order block sits right around 2929. So I'm more interested in looking for longs on ETH. So if I have to sit and wait, I'll sit and wait. I'll utilize River as a vehicle in the event that I'm going to start shorting things like that. And so we'll drill down on River here and kind of get an idea as far as what I'm looking at. You know, nice push down from a subwave perspective. Nice A, now possible B. This could be B, but maybe B comes into these areas right over here. Very similar to what you saw me do on ETH as far as making this box. This box is needs to move up a little bit more. So what I want to do is I want to go from that body to this wick right over here. We'll color coordinate that for us. Just make that red. So, you know, if price action gets into this area and starts breaking down again, you know, then we start seeing signs of weakness, then, you know, shorts become valid inside that zone. If it blows right past it, then create your losses. That's the best way of putting it. It looks like the frame rate got a little bit better, so I'm hoping you guys are getting a little bit better results on your side in the sense of feed. Hopefully it is. If you guys are still running into issues, running into errors in the sense of lag, then just let me know in the chat. Worst case scenario, like I said, I would just have to call it a day on the stream, and then I would post the setups inside of my corner for you guys. But right now on my side, it looks like it's working pretty well. Yeah, River had a good pump. I never caught any of it, or at least I didn't attempt to long it. I did short here down into this zone. I closed it. I didn't long it. It's not the coin that I have an interest in really longing. It's mainly just looking at it from a shorting perspective, utilizing those profits to flip them right back into ETH. Let's take a look at USDT real quick because that's something to consider. This would continue the pump for ETH. Let's go 4 back. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's trying to close underneath this area right over here. I'll mark that off for us so it's a little bit more visible. All right, it's trying to close underneath 6.30. That changes the setup phase. We did get a strong 9 on that move. I'm looking from a 610 perspective. You could also look at this from a daily if you don't have these unique time frames. We did get a 9, but we also had a continuation of up thrusts. We do have some sell signals that are printing here in this area. I don't know why you're up here. You should be down here. There you go. And then RSI. Let's open that up. What's going on here? I need to update my indicators. Okay. I don't know why I have MACD. I don't need MACD. Loss of strength, still holding momentum. So we just got to be on the on the lookout for that. That could provide a nice pump for ETH. And like I said, if I miss it, I miss it. I'm not gonna sweat it. I'll look at my opportunities on River and then just wait for ETH to come back to the levels that I'm looking for. I'm not exactly sure on L Bank. I will find out for you though. You guys are not trading on L Bank yet. There is an opportunity there to be upgraded to VIP. Just be sure to send me your UID, please. I'll post the link inside the chat here now, so that way you guys have it for reference. So that way you guys have it. That's what's up. That's what's up. Just be sure to please send me your UID, please. That's all I'm asking. Yeah, I see that it's rejecting that that order block. So that order block may get inversed and start to provide a dump, if you will. Let's take a look at some of these whales, what these whales are doing. Let's see what some of these wallets are doing. Let's look at some shorts. Maybe a couple shorts opened up. Some opened 2901. A lot of them are sitting in the red. Jeez Louise. This guy's 2944. He's from 2 days ago. And so he opened up right over here inside this area. Okay, he's been holding up for a couple days. We have a 2850 that opened. Why? I sometimes I just don't understand the logic behind some of these moves on these guys. Let's see what the longs are doing. Obviously the longs are printing. A lot of these guys open during London and Asia. Yeah, majority of them, at least the big boys, if you will. 2915, 2904. Nobody in the yeah, so we got a 2797. That's good. Another 2797. Let's take a look at this guy real quick. Guys at recovery. Jeez, that's tough. And he got a good entry, and hopefully it sticks for him. A lot of the 2800s, that makes sense because that means essentially they're utilizing this zone right over here, this box right over here. They're kind of seeing the same thing that I was looking at, this being a demand zone for ETH. I mean, we could always come back and revisit this area and then make another move to 3057 inside that area, or we go there first and then we come back down, or we get acceptance and we go above higher and we come up to these levels over here. Oh, let's fix that for us. There we go. All right, back to these charts. And so ETH basically just filled this fair value gap from that move yesterday, which is normal. When we can see that this was a previous support area inside this zone, that it just kind of flipped. It's trying to flip it now into resistance. And then if we were looking back again on that weekly, the same thing, it's rejecting this order block. I don't, like I said before, I just don't have the appetite to short it here in this area. If you did, I don't, I don't blame you. I see what you're looking at in that, from that perspective, but I'm looking for bigger moves on ETH altogether. River's on an impulse right now. It's got 16 minutes left in it. It's got a 9 failure that's printing over here. So if I were to look at this and say, okay, what level could I possibly come to? Let's go ahead and measure that out. Let's assume that we have a wave B coming for an ABC correction. Excuse me. I'll open up some additional fib levels for that. 382 is not going to work. 0.5 won't work. 618's kind of there, but that might get taken. So let's look at these levels. And then let's see what the extension for wave C would look like. Yeah, see right inside this area right over here, 2.24 to 2.618. You can see that one, we would tap right into a liquidity pocket, and the mathematics for an ABC would make sense. So for me, it would look something like this. It looks something like that. That's really what I'm going to be aiming for.
Guess what? Guess what?
Actually, you know what I'm going to do here is I'm going to draw some lines for it here. Just so I have some levels to play around with. That's 702. We'll call this 702.
Guess what? Guess what?
And we have a 786 that sits right over here. I'll just keep this for reference. I'll still end up flipping this fib around in the event that we violate those areas. I have an idea. So like in the event that wave B continues to go higher, what do those extension levels look like? You know, you got 88, 91, 94, you know, all the way up to these levels over here. River obviously hitting all-time highs from a coin perspective. So it's in a like a price discovery area. So once you get more data, once you start tapping into those zones, you start to see signs of weakness. Then more data is going to be confirmed inside that zone, inside that level, which makes a little bit more comfort, not necessarily sense, but gives you a little bit more comfort to see moves down to the downside. Yeah, let's see. There's a good little zone right over here at 52. Yeah.
Guess what?
So if you know if you didn't get back in on River yesterday, you know these are the levels that I'd be looking at. You know, 80, 82 inside those zones, all the way up into up inside of this box that you see right over here. Let me actually open this up again. I'll take that off. We'll just leave it like that. All right. This level. I marked 618 here just because it kind of came to that and got a little shy and then pulled right back down. But in the event that you see a move up to the upside over here inside these areas, then it's just a standard wave B correction. And then I'm looking for a sweep of this low because I do have a 9 failure that sits inside this area. I'm also printing a 1 on the lead up phase, which is kind of pointing towards that this trend is essentially just beginning. So seeing moves into this area right over here, I would label these as bearish retest zones for us, and then wait for a move down to the downside like that. And I mean, this leg can get pretty aggressive too, right? This leg can come all the way down to 39 if it really wanted to. You know, if it came down to 39, let's just assume that it came down to this level right over here, then popped right back up again, still failed to make a new high or anything like that, and then we get another leg, then this ABC turns into a 5 impulse. It's going to turn into a 5 impulse. So you're going to see a lot more legs to the downside. But first things first, you're going to get an ABC first. We'll just measure that out because all this could essentially, this whole ABC could essentially become the one, right? You still get an ABC, so you get the natural path of what follows a 5 impulse wave. You always get an ABC, whether it's to the upside or to the downside. You get a move down, then you get an impulse that comes up to this area right over here, maybe somewhere inside this zone, and then you get a third leg that comes down. So then all this ABC becomes wave 1, then you'll get a wave 2, and then you'll get a 3. Let's see though. Let's see how that matures. Like I said, I'm not going to rush any setups. I'm really more interested in just optimal setups altogether. I don't want to rush a move. I don't want to just jump in just for the sake of the challenge. If I gotta wait, I gotta wait. You know, day one, not gonna sit there and rush it. Let's take a look at ETH here on these lower time frames. It's a good rejection off of that 2940. Where did you come from? I think you're a 5-minute that I had the other day. Yeah, you are. This is a previous New York. I'm pretty sure you're a previous New York. Yeah, you're in New York from the 23rd. That's just residue that I left on there, but just so happened to be rejecting off of that area. I still have the residue that's left on there. So this is the New York from the 23rd. New York open high from the 23rd. What day was that? Excuse me, was that Friday? Yeah, that was Friday. And Friday gave us pretty much a nothing burger to basically holding that area, using a support, rejecting into it, now we're retesting that area. Good morning, Mundai. Good morning, good morning. How you doing, brother? Welcome to the stream. Just quick heads up again for you guys. We are running the challenge this week, or it starts this week, if you will. These are just some of the quick guidelines for you guys. Things that we're looking at. I will be hedged on some positions. Scalps will be in and out. You know, we'll be posting some of the results inside of our Discord. But also at the same time, you know, it's difficult for me to post a scalp when I'm going to be getting in and getting out when it's literally for just a couple minutes. You know, it's not a long-term hold. The idea for me is to kind of get out of position by the end of the day and just kind of restart fresh. But, you know, use this as an example. Let's say ETH goes to 2200. You know, there would probably be a heavy long that comes from that level, and then just ride it, right? Then it would just be about holding in, managing, and then taking scalp shorts against it whenever the opportunity prevails. Does your 7:30 a.m. around this time? No, I'm Eastern Standard Time. So I start charting roughly around like 7:30, 7:45. You know, start looking at the charts. Full disclosure, obviously, depending on what time I actually fall asleep. If I'm trading London, then sometimes it's a little bit more difficult. It's a little difficult to get up and start charting right away. But for the most part, I'll start charting them around 7:30 a.m., 7:45. Then I'll start looking for on lower time frames roughly around like 8 a.m. And then right around like 9:30, I wait to see which direction it's going to give me. Oh, you're welcome, Mukesh. You're very welcome. It's my pleasure. The challenge is open to anybody. It doesn't matter what your portfolio size is. If you have 100, if you have 500, if you have 100,000, it doesn't matter really. I'm essentially showing you what I'm going to be utilizing, and then I'm showing you kind of what my daily goals are for me. You know, if I run into any losses, you know, I'll still stream with you guys, but I won't re-enter. And the same thing for wins, right? Like, let's say, you You know, we have 3 good wins in a row. We hit 285, then essentially I would be done. Now, if I get to a position, let's say I have a decent long, and 285 comes right off the bat within like the first couple minutes, I'll just take that off the top and then just leave a runner and then move it to break even. So then if I get pushed out, then I hit my daily goal. If I plan on holding something, then I'll, you know, let you guys know like, hey, you know, I'm going to hold this position through Asia, through London. Here's where I'm going to be setting my stop losses. This is what I'm going to be doing. So I'll try to be as transparent as possible to where you guys can understand how I'm handling these moves. You don't have to hedge. Hedging's not for everybody. The way that I'm looking at this is I'm looking at River as the hedge. If that makes any sense. I'm looking at River as being the hedge. Yeah, ETH has a pretty strong rejection off that 2940 area. You know, not much going on over there in the sense of like order block outside of that. There was a previous New York high. That's the only confluence that we have inside that zone. So I'm still open to seeing ETH get into this order block, into this zone right over here, because it plays right into wave B inside this zone right over here. So we'll just be monitoring that. Oh, excuse me, sorry about that. And same thing for River, right? Just waiting for those levels to mature. Right now, everything seems pretty stagnant. So moves are probably brewing on both sides. Looking at River just from like a 34-minute perspective, no buy signal on it just yet. It did run into some cooldowns inside this area. Actually, let's turn that on just so we can see that visually. Actually, no, it didn't run into a cooldown. It's still relatively warm inside this area. Maybe on a lower time frame, it caught an even lower time frame, it caught a cooldown. But yeah, ideally, I'd like to see it come into this zone right over here, inside here, and then maybe we get a breakdown from there. And we could also just get a 9 failure sweep, right? We could sweep this low right over here, which tells us that maybe wave A wasn't complete. Then we get a completion of wave A, and then it moves right back up. So all those things are very, very possible. $7:30 a.m. is Eastern Standard Time. I'll grab some coffee, guys. We'll be right back.
Look at me. Look at me.
Dusk is reaching certain levels. What is Dusk doing right now? I just got an alarm for Dusk. Dusk is at 15. And that was a juicy short. Yeah, that was a juicy short. Yeah, it came right into this 15 level. Shorting from like 22. I don't know if anybody held on to that one. I dumped it. I got rid of it. I just kind of got bored of it, to be quite honest. What's Rose doing? Let's take a look at Rose real quick. I want to look at Rose from a weekly. Yeah, so definitely not 0.382. I don't trust that at all. Yeah, I'm not gonna get a wave 2 at a 0.382. I'm really interested inside this area down to this area right over here for rows. So I'll just continue to wait for rows. And see if ETH starts rejecting this area right over here. That's a pretty weak, and I mean, not really saying it's not that weak. So I came to like this level, which is just shy of that 618. I can't really sign on to that being wave B for river though. Let's go ahead and put some zones up real quick. Sheesh. So you're in a compression zone, okay. So maybe I come this way first and I'll move you over. Not for nothing, but River never tested that. River never tested that. Like, even if we drill down on that. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna find a shaved bottom. That looks like it. I could be wrong. Maybe there's a shave. There's no shaved bottom there. Huh. Alright, no shaved bottoms there. Most shaved bottoms have been cleared except for this one right over here that sits right around 12. This was cleared. There's nothing over here to the upside. Those are all real moves. This is the only area that hasn't been cleared at, which sits right around 13, which kind of coincides with there's a pocket that sits inside the zone. I believe I can see it from a 4-hour. Yeah, right over here. That's kind of where I have these boxes that are set up over here. So if we look at this area over here, we drill down on that right there. That's what, 13.048. I'll just go ahead and put a line there just so we can see it. We'll mark this off as what is it, 34-minute imbalance. Just kind of so we have for reference. I don't know if it's going to 0, but I can't say, you know, with this move that it's had. I mean, just let's just go to like a 2-day maybe. Let's open that up. I mean, it kind of did test this area here. Yeah, somewhat of a test there. Somewhat. Let's see, when I come here to a 4-hour, I really don't have a test here. And we'll just mark that off as a peak of wave 1. Let's make sure we get that right. There you go. Right, act as a point of resistance, came back down, pushed right through it, but we didn't even come back and test it at all. So I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's coming to zero, but like, I mean, this thing just went gangbusters and said, you know what, we're gonna pull a big reverse Uno. Like, this would be the first area that I'd be looking at saying, okay, well, you know, it's 1.25 billion in liquidations that sit in that area. So yeah, that would be the first area that I'm looking at. And then just from a, you know, technical perspective, to say, okay, well, if we're gonna have continuation to the upside, what have you, then retesting previous strong resistance areas, or at least decent resistance areas, because it can be somewhere inside of here, which this actually looks like it was tested. Yeah, that was tested, and then it provided an opportunity to move up higher. Same thing with this area. These levels have been tested already. And all I'm really doing is I'm just looking at previous resistance areas and then just kind of looking to see what price action did. So started to dance around it, fell beneath it, pushed up, went around it, all that jazz. And then I believe there's a wick. Oh, there's no wick there. There's no wick there. So another level that actually genuinely hasn't been retested yet. So these two levels, you know, if I were going to be, a longing man on river, I'd want to see what occurs here, and then I'd want to see what occurs here. This can be a longer play, right? Like, this could take us all the way into the end of February. So river could be potentially a swing short for some of us. That's something that I just started building on that one. And then I'm just looking for those moves to the downside. What is this, a 4 hour? So we were looking at a 34 minute. Just kind of disappointed. I wanted to see this level tested first. Maybe I get down to this level here first, and then I'll move right back up, kind of float around here in this area. Let's go back to a 4 hour real quick. So these are exhaustion candles that you see here, and I'm pretty sure if I put on a heat map, I don't know if it has enough data for it to read. It's actually going to give it to me. Oh, I did. Okay, good. Because it's such a newer coin in the sense of data. At least what I have here on this is on Binance. I have on Binance. So the pink, exhaustion, the darker pink, exhaustion, somewhat red, hot pink, if you will. Then you have like a blood red right over here, which that's not even a heat map. That's really derived from a TD9 sequential indicator, a separate one that I have. You can see here how red it is. So this thing is obviously peaked out. I definitely wouldn't be longing. Well, excuse me. Longing that thing in this area. This is just going to be my fuel, if you will, for me to get into my ETH long. We could look at it this way too. You know, let's just go. I'm going to look at ETH. Let's make some assumptions here. See, the thing is, I got a 1, 2. That looks like a 3, 4, 5. So those are the, like, if ETH is not going to come back and revisit this box, let's say it doesn't come inside of this box right over here, doesn't completely get in there, maybe it just taps right into it, but still maintains the structure. Like these are the levels that I would need to hold. I feel like there would need to be a sweep here inside this area before it moves a little bit higher, just based on how PA is right now. But I'll look for, long opportunities that sit inside this area. 100%. I'll definitely be looking at those levels, seeing if it provides it for us. Rivers is hell bent on trapping people. Just be sure to set your stop loss, guys. That's all I can really recommend here to you. Just be sure to set your stop loss whenever you're trading these coins. There's no reason to be liquidated on those. I mean, I've had bad runs before. Don't get me wrong. I've had those days, have those opportunities. And what I mean by opportunities are lessons. Right, you're looking at a coin, you're like, man, there's no way this thing's gonna keep going down, or no way this thing's gonna keep going up. Like it's got to take a break. It's got to take a break. And yeah, it doesn't do that. So you just got to be careful when it comes to that stuff. Set your stop loss. It doesn't mean that your bias is wrong. It doesn't mean that your thought process and thesis, as far as what you're thinking of saying, okay, well, this thing has been going up, it should be coming back down at some point. It doesn't mean that it's wrong. It just means that there's a better entry for you. So that's why it's important to kind of set your stop losses when it comes to these things. And now that River's hit these levels, then, these are like price discovery levels for River. So now we'll have better data that's going to develop inside that zone. Yeah, I mean, if it went to 52 right now, I'd be pretty excited. I would be pretty excited. What is 52? What did I have? 52.715. Whoops. Yeah, that would be a good move. I'll take that. Let's take a look at ETH here on this lower time frame. Let's identify, see if we got any shaved bottoms that occurred with this move up. It looks like there's one there, but I could be wrong. Nope, there's not one there. Let's just double check it because we're sticklers for that. Oh, it's a 28-cent differential, so that's why it looks that way. Okay, so there's no shave bottoms, very, very thin liquidity that sits there. So I would still anticipate price action to come in, sweep against that. I feel like this area right over here, like if we're going to move up higher and if ETH is going to, somehow get into 3,500s, 3,600s, what have you, then I would say this area needs to survive. But we are coming towards the end of the month, here this week. I believe the last day of the month is Saturday. Yeah. And then so Sunday opens up on a new month open. Sunday opens with a new week open. So I would expect next week to be like, what is going on? Would not be surprised if ETH just popped all the way to like 3,700, in the opening of February, and then just completely cascaded all the way back down to like 2,500, 2,200s. Would not be surprised by that at all. And if we were to move lower, that would kind of make sense in order to collect that liquidity to the upside first. Then we can go and collect more liquidity down to the downside. Speaking of liquidity, let's take a peek at liquidity. See kind of what's going on from a liquidity perspective. All right, so a small little pocket that sits right over here. I'm looking at this from an 8-hour perspective. I'm gonna take this off. I don't need that. You know, there's a pocket that sits right around 3,005, and I believe we went all the way up to 2,950. So there's a small little pocket, but there's a good amount of orders are probably sitting inside that zone. Actually, let's look at some of these order blocks. Oh yeah, there's a huge amount that sit all up to 3,200s. My goodness, 3,300s. Wow, that would be so juicy. That'd be very juicy. That would be very, very juicy. All right, let's look at here. 2,990, 3,100. What do I have at my 3,057 area? Not much that sits right in that area, so it may give acceptance inside that zone and push this all the way into 3,100. There's a thicker block that sits at 3,200. What's at 3,200? Yeah, that's right over here. 3,207-ish, 3,191, 3,202. Yep. Yeah, it's thin thin blocks here in this area, so I feel like anyone that's shorting this area, I think they're gonna get taken. And there's an order block that sits at 3,035. Oh yeah, it'll take that. Oh yeah, it will obliterate that that order block. If it takes that order block, it'll definitely put you back inside of the 3,200s. There's a thicker block that sits there. Yeah, there's a block that sits right over here. And then 3,298, 3,310. Damn, that goes even higher. Let's go 3,310. There it is. Yeah, so those orders are going to be piling in that area, 3,310. Let me look at my chart real quick. Let's see, what does that look like? Oh yeah, those will get smashed. I don't have any order blocks that sit there though. All I have is basically a fair value gap on a lower time frame that hasn't been filled yet. And what was that, 3,350 ish? Yeah, that would be another retesting that high. So this is what I'm looking at on my chart, just so there's no confusion. All right, it would, that 3,350 area is right over here. But notice like all these order blocks right over here, like I think these would actually provide the liquidity so you can see a squeeze right back into that area. And I think bears, you know, anyone that's shorted from this area, they would panic, they would close, and then you maybe see another retracement back down to the downside. I'm not long on it right now, so if I miss that move, I miss that move. It, you know, it is what it is. One of those situations. Like I said, I'm in no rush for this challenge. It's a personal challenge. You guys are just, you know, venturing with me. I want to help as much as possible, but definitely not doing it to impress anybody outside of myself. And I even say that loosely. So I would wait for these areas. I first want to see what the reaction looks like inside of this order block. If it does give you signs of weakness, these areas, these just look like they're going to be taken. You got some orders that sit inside that area around like 3,200s. right over here. But when we look on our charts, when we look at a heat map for an order book perspective, that's right here. That's this level right here, 3200.25. So what I'm getting at is this. If we reject 3057, do I have enough orders that sit inside that area to warrant a strong rejection? There's a good amount. At least it's starting to build up. 3050. I was looking at 3057 specifically, but you can see people are wanting to front run that area. So we got some that are building at 3057. Here's the problem that I kind of see with that. I mean, there's a gap that sits right in between that. Like, there's really no shelf there. So your best bet is looking to see if 3100, 3099, 3100 holds. And if we translate that onto our charts, that takes the order block, that puts us right here inside of like this no man's land, if you will. So there's really no strong resistance that sits inside the zone. I'm going to add another layer of an order block. This one's just based off of smart money concepts. Okay, I can see that there. I see where that's developing from. There's a small order, 3107. That would be our only saving grace if we're going to move right back down. That would be the only saving grace that sits here. Two different order blocks. One's based on volume. The other one's based on the smart money concepts. All right, so I have some confluence that sits inside this area. Is that 2721? Yeah. That's if we can actually get up. It's tape surf. Tape surf, tape surf, tape surf. All right, let's put that back over. So I see where this block is developing. There's, from a smart money concept perspective, there's a 3100, but let's look at, I'm looking at this on an hour. I'll leave it on the hour. That's fine. I'm gonna leave that on the hour. But 3310, that area makes the most sense to me, personally. Yeah, right over here. 3306. If that gets violated, then that puts you at 3322 inside this area. There's a thicker block that sits here, even thicker right over here, 3288. If we really drill down on that. Yeah, inside this area, 3289. So what does that translate to chart wise? Let's look at charts real quick. 32, what did we say? 3289? Hold on. There's more to the upside. That's a full sweep. Where people are gonna sit there and long that. That's ridiculous. I mean, okay, there's some longs that are sitting there. Okay. 33.27. Yeah, that puts me right back over here. I mean, that essentially needs to be the area that ETH would need to flip if it's going to have continuation up to the upside. Anything short of 33.27 is going to be, just bearish retests. Like, what I mean is, like, we get to 33.27 and we start rejecting, then, yeah. It's over. I wonder if this messes with my stats. So right now we just got this little cluster that's going on in this area. Let's look below, right? Let's look at, we got 2750. So basically this all looks like everyone's prepared for this to be swept. They're waiting. Okay, I'll show you here on a chart in a second. 2750. Let's drill down on that for a second. Yeah, there's nothing there yet. There's not enough data there yet for them. I have no idea why that's a gap there. I have no idea. Don't ask me why. I have no idea why that's occurring there. $28.80. That's $28.85. No. It's rejecting here. Boy, oh boy. Let's look at CoinGlass real quick. $27.84. That's pretty much where we were. Pretty solid shelf that sits in that area. So if we were to sweep that, if we were to sweep this low, and obviously sweep this low, that puts us all up in here. 2509. My gosh. It's just a sandwich, guys. Like, remember we were talking about, what were we talking about? 2960s?
Guess what? Guess what?
if we're gonna attack this, I think it makes more sense to go and attack this first. I mean, we haven't been there in quite some time, yeah?
Guess what? Guess what?
Yeah, see, this is kind of what I was saying. Like, I have no interest in shorting here in this area because, like, I'm right in the middle of that zone. Like, right once we get into some of these liquidity areas, let's say we get some sweeps, things like that of that nature, then I'll start opening doors saying, okay, well, you know, what is what. And then same thing, I'm not interested in longing in these areas because, I mean, 2870, but look how thick it is over here, guys. $28.62. I'm looking at a 1 minute. I'm gonna go to a 15-minute. 1 minute gives me like brain damage.
Guess what? Guess what?
Yeah, there's more potential to the upside. It's pretty light over here. 2858. 2830. Yeah, and that actually kind of lines up. 2830 area right over here. That actually lines up with this count. That lines up with over here. So then let's do it this way. Let's look at it. Let's say that was a wave 2. Let's say we do get a wave 2 somewhere inside this area. 28, 23, 28, 30 inside this area. Let's do two things here. Let's open this up. Yep. There it is. So we got some pockets that sit inside this area. That kind of lines up with coin glass for me. Now I just want to measure what a wave 3 would look like. So what I'm doing here is I'm just looking at the mathematics of this, so I can get an idea as far as where those levels line up for confluence, with whether it be with order blocks, whether it be with look at that, 3052. That puts me right in the middle of that order block. That's for a weak wave 3. 1.618 is pretty soft for a wave 3. You know, we start getting to strong levels, you know, once we start getting into 2.618. So how do we get there mathematically? Mathematically, we use the order blocks as liquidity, and we start pushing up higher into those zones. So like in layman's terms, let me just do this. Try to make it as simplified as possible. I'm not going to measure out wave 3 and wave 4 and 5. I don't know what this is going to look like just yet, because I don't know if wave 2 is going to be developed, but this is the speculation. And then wherever 5 is going to go. I don't know where 5 is going to go. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Let's just take a look, see where 5 could go. That's wrong, but that's okay. I'll fix that. Let's go ahead and move this around. How do I get there though? Where do I need a bounce from for me to get there? That wouldn't work. You'd need to be a flat level, a very flat level for me just to get there. But if I get an advance, that would put me in an advance, and that would sweep all these highs over here. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of like that. That's assuming we get to this area, right? That's assuming that is the level. So let's say Wave 4 relatively needs to be flat. So we're just going to measure from here. We're going to go here. And we're going to flip this on its head real quick. And there it is. 0.382. So again, 3057 is going to be a pivotal move. So here I'll save this for us just so we have an idea. It's on 34, right? Yeah, 34. And then if we look at 377, I'll use this to feed into my thought process on this. What did we top out on that again? Hold on. 3484. And that puts me right inside of this order block. Yeah, I like that. I like all that. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm obviously going to wait. You know, let's say it continues to say, but saying, what if it goes a little bit higher here? What if we sweep today's highs and we goes in this area? Then that just kind of tells me that wave 1 wasn't done. I'm going to wait for that wave 2 correction. Essentially, I'm looking for sharp levels, 618, 0.76, 0.88 levels. So if wave 1 is not done here, then I'll just remeasure that area based on this fib and then move it around and then look for where my support levels are going to be. That's really what I'd be looking for. There's more liquidity there's liquidity on both sides. So let's call it what it is. There's liquidity on both sides. But from this area where we are currently right now, I think most individuals are kind of already pointing towards lower. You know, most people are targeting BTC at, 70K, 60K, things like that. Excuse me, I apologize. 70K, and I'm not saying that those levels can't be reached. But that's how price action works. It has to hunt liquidity first. That's what gives it the fuel to do so. So if we are going to go lower, right? We went all the way up to, what was this? 3066, somewhere in this area. Actually, mentira. Let's go back a little bit higher. Let's go to 3400. We were there previously once before. We're back at 3400s. And that pushed us into 2772. Same thing again. We got into 3402, and then we kind of stopped right around 2785. Relatively, similar areas. Yes, we do have a higher low in that area, which is fine, but we also have a lower high in comparison to that. So that just kind of speaks volume that we're inside of a range. Now, if we're going to break that range, then take out all these shorts inside of this area, everyone that's been holding inside that zone, take them out. We get a nice little push up to the upside. This would be an advanced wave. And then we could start discussing, okay, well, let's look at targeting some of the lower liquidity down to the downside. At that point, I would start looking at hedges, taking profit and then looking at hedges. It does have the opportunity to go up to 3,500 because 3,484 is not far away from 3,500s. So reaching that psychological level of 3,500s would make sense, and it wouldn't surprise me if we reach those levels. But in order for us to actually move down lower from a monthly perspective, what I have mapped out for us on ETH from a monthly perspective, for us to reach inside of these levels, like we gotta tap into this. All this is bearish retest areas. So even if it went to 3484 and it just kept going and kept going and kept going, I'm not going to sit there and start pounding my chest. I'm like, oh, here comes all-time high, all-time high, all-time high. No, we don't, because this is just, at best, was just a wave A, and then we're looking to complete a wave B. Like, we still haven't developed a wave C yet, because I do have a 5 impulse wave count that derives from a different setup, a different idea. I really won't bore you with the details. I'm just going to give you the parts that matter. This is what matters, right? Like, all of these are bearish retests. It can go up to 4,100, still bearish retest. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, it can come all the way to 4136. Try to flip that zone, try to flip the setup phase. We can see from TD9 sequential count that is not something outside of the norm. It can get into that level and then have a deep retracement all the way down. So you'll see a massive squeeze to the upside. then it's going to start trapping a whole bunch of longs, and then you see a massive flush down to the downside. How is that possible? Why would it do that? Well, let's just look at the wicks. Look at that.
Guess what?
This was back in
What?
2021. So we're in that area. Nice, decent whipsaw, came right back into support levels. And this had a move on both sides. What does that say? Holy cow. Yeah, 57% move to the upside from that body. And then to the downside, pretty much the same thing. Looks like it. Oh no, a little bit less. 36% move to the downside. So inside of a month, you can move 57% in one way and 36% in the other way. You won't see that anywhere else, really. So this would make sense for us to get into these levels and then have a move back down to the downside. I may not get my lower box that comes inside this area, and if that's the case, then the count needs to start again. Then this count becomes invalidated. Then I would need to wait for an up thrust to give me a wave 1, measure out where that wave 2 would be, and then look for add backs to my long inside that area. Hype just took off like a rocket. I think I have hype somewhere on here. Oh, nice. Well, that's monthly. Oh no, it's 34 minute. Yeah, and hype also has this massive shaved bottom that sits right over here. Oh wow, you got more data. Oh, I got something to play with here. Oh wow, you got a lot more data. Is this Inception? No, wow. Okay, so let's go to a weekly. How much data do I have there? Oh, not that much. Okay, let's go to a 2-day. No. Daily. Kind of work with that. Meh. I mean, I wouldn't get super excited about that, to be honest. I mean, you have a rounded top right over here. I mean, there's so many different ways that you can analyze this. You could look at that as a massive flag, but I won't sign on to that. I'd say best case scenario, maybe get a falling wedge out of that. I'm just doing this quickly. It's more speculative than if anything. No, nothing there. Bro, this thing doesn't even have a wave 1. What? I can't even get a count on here because, you know, here's my low, it invalidates here, so essentially that could have been a 1, and then maybe that would have been a potential wave 2, but that looks like it just collapsed down there further, so I don't even have a wave 1 here. I just have an up thrust. Yeah, that thing looks like it wants a... I don't trust that. I wouldn't trust that wedge at all. I don't even trust that. Unless you're seeing one of the biggest wave 1s you've ever seen in your life, and you're going to see the largest wave 3 you've ever seen in your life to follow that next. Let's just do this just for good measure. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. No. 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 Maybe. If that's the case, bro, I'm telling you, you guys are going to see a massive, massive move on hype. But I would still want to wait for this level right over here. That's just me personally. Somebody may end up longing this area here. Someone might be longing that. What was it? Kind of technical wise, it makes sense. You know, previous resistance area. Now they're trying to flip it into support, so that does make sense. But there could also be liquidity there. Let's. I don't even have any data for that. So let me see if I have something here. No data. Okay, fantastic. That's great. What's my count so far? All right, 3s. All right. And what do I have over here? I got some confluence that sits there, and my other order block that's based on smart money concept. Okay, cool. I mean, if I were to set this up, it would look like that for me. But ideally, I'd want to do something like this. I mean, and it can even come all the way down to here, guys. So it can come all the way back down to this area as long as it doesn't surpass this level of 9 point something. But I'm just giving you the fib levels that I would be looking at. But that wave 3, let's just see what that wave 3 would look like. All right, so now I'm inside of price discovery in that area. So that would position that for all-time high. Just spitballing here. Nope. Because see how big my wave 1 is right over here? That don't make any sense. Because essentially my wave 1 is larger, so I don't know where this is going to go. Right? I'm going to get into price discovery. I don't know. I know it's not going to go there, but I can give you a relative idea and say there's a possibility it goes there and even higher. Right? Like this thing can go to 3.618, 4.618. It can go much, much higher. So I would just kind of play around with that, but then I'm looking for the retracement. Let's say here is worst case scenario, and then wave 5 goes higher. Again, I'm in a price discovery once we get into this area, so I don't know. I wouldn't look to short this. If anything, I'd just be looking to long. You know, once we get into the side of these zones, I'd be looking for longs. And I think that's something that you can kind of maintain and hold for a while now. If I were going to do spot on this, yeah, I would look at 20.817 down to 15.170. I mean, all the way down, don't get me wrong, it can come all the way down to like 11 and some change, 11.485 inside that area. But this is just speculation. All right. I'll bring you back to 34. I do want to keep river open because I can see what's going on with it. I want to manage that. All right, so that's going back to ETH, going back to like things that I'm actually going to trade. That's what it looks like for me. Bro, you'd think I'd have like no coffee. I keep yawning. Wow. I have no hedge to protect against it as far as ETH goes. You know, I have a hedge protection on River right now. Smaller position, nothing crazy. because it was an overnight hold for me, so I just took profits on it and then just held a small amount. Let's just scooch that over just a smidge so we can get all the data on that. Let's just go this way with it. I don't need this. Don't need that. And I don't need that. That's just noise. I also don't need that. And I don't need that. Okay. I mean, this makes a little bit more sense. Let me dial in that a little bit more. Let's dial in that. Yeah, see, the pockets are a little bit thicker right over here. So maybe we open up this box to here. I mean, that's pretty sniped here in that area, but I'll use it. Ah, I did not mean to do that. There you go. Let's try that again, Saint. Yeah, let's come back and retest this. And 0.88 is just above that area because we've already came into it. So a little bit of liquidity sits here. Maybe we tap into that right there. So as we get closer, what I'll do is I'll start drilling down like on a lower time frame. I need orange creamsicle. Bro, you know what's funny? Is I haven't had a ghost probably in like a month and a half, something like that. Almost like 2 months now. There was no rhyme or reason to it. Just, you know, I just said, you know what? I'm gonna give this a break. And then I kind of converted over to coffee. But I was doing ghosts with pre, sometimes on the same day. Don't recommend that. I mean, it doesn't help that I also went to sleep at 4 a.m. this morning and I was up by like 7, charting some ideas. So I'll attribute it to that, my lack of sleep. I got some decent pulls here in this area. Good possibility wave 1 is not done here for ETH. Possibility. Good possibility. No active trades as far as challenge wise goes, just as a heads up, guys. There's no active trades right now. I'm waiting for optimal levels for me to get into that I can just sit in, just kind of chill. So if the move doesn't occur here now, saying why didn't you short 2940 inside that area, because I was looking at 3057, right? If I get it pushed into 3057 and we start seeing signs of weakness, then yeah, I'm open to looking into shorting inside of that area. Get some order blocks that formed inside that zone. I have a wave B that sits inside that area as well too. So it's just a matter of kind of what comes first. Do I get a lower level confirming that wave 1 is booked and I can get to like a 0.88 level, like 2804, possibly right back into the 2700s, 2790, something like that. I'm more inclined to look at that, and then we get those moves up to the upside. So it's just a matter of waiting. If it doesn't come here now, maybe it comes offline, because I'll be off of here around 4:30 my time, which is roughly in like the next 5 to 6 hours. So if I'm offline and it comes during Asia, like you'll know what I'm doing. You'll know what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't know why there's a delay on your side, Muay Thai. Um, oh, excuse. So I'm just utilizing now more of an opportunity for us to just look at the technical analysis, kind of get the battle plans ready to go. Like I said before, it is the end of the month, so for us to anticipate crazy moves here, it's you know that's being a little bit optimistic. I think more realistic is just kind of getting set up for the next month. I was saying this yesterday, which is ironic. I'll bring it up now. You know, like I posted, like I start charting like an hour before cash markets open up, which cash markets for New York open up at 9:30. Market opens up technically from a at 8 o'clock. So that's why I start charting it, and then the real move starts occurring right around like 9:30. That's essentially why you saw a pump into 2940s this morning. And so that the reason I'm saying that is because what you do before market open or even session open is really vital. Use that same strategy or that same method to your madness, if you will, and apply that towards your monthly views. You know, when the new view comes, that's going to be essentially a new session. So, do you do that 1 hour before the new month kicks in? Probably not. You should be looking at your setups going into the next month, a week, maybe 3 days at minimum before the new month begins. So that way you can start developing. So I say a lot to say this is we're really going to be utilizing this week to start building those positions and building that thesis going into February. And if you guys have been rocking with me before, you guys know that we've had profitable streams. It's just all about waiting at this point. I'm not gonna rush it. I miss a move. I miss a move. Market will be there tomorrow. I'll look for a new opportunity. I'll keep missing it until I find the one that I like, I feel comfortable with, and it makes sense. Here in these areas, for me, longing or shorting, it's just I don't have an appetite for that.
Guess what? Guess what?
Yeah, river swept that imbalance right over there. That's decent. I'm really on a 34 minute for that one. I want to see it sweep this 7 right over here. And that kind of tells me I feel like that this wave A wasn't done. Because none of these are wave B levels. Either we surpassed a wave B,
Guess what?
a fib level. So like even if I go to like a 0.5, well, technically I went inside of a golden pocket, so I could actually be wrong about that. I could 100% be wrong about that. I didn't look at it like that. I didn't look at it like that. Which is fine for me. Maybe not for some of you guys, but I'm okay with that. I mean, that's one way of looking at it. The other way is saying, okay, well, maybe wave A wasn't done. Maybe wave A comes to here, then moves right back up. I would have a true interest in longing river at these levels. 13s down to 5s. That would be like my true interest. These zones. When we get there, I don't know. Maybe February? If the whole market decides to take a nice flush. So I guess the question would be, is this here? I'll put a poll for you guys. Just some thoughts on that. And that's really like, that's the question that you're going to be seeing across, you know, crypto Twitter, things like that, other discords, things of that nature. Do we see a little move up? Yeah, very possible. Do we reach all-time high here before we see a lower low? Meh.
Guess what?
I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. I mean, River's already hit an all-time high, so I mean, River needs to calm the flip down, for lack of better terminology. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Slow down, Trick Daddy. And listen, ETH can go all the way to 1900, and guess what? That's still going to be bullish. You know, so there's two sides of it. ETH can go all the way to 4100. That's going to be bearish. Like, we have a very, very wide range for ETH. So, you know, bearish retest all the way to 4100, 3800, 3600. Bearish retest levels. Bullish retest levels 2516, 2207, 1934. Yeah, River has only seen a high. You know what? I think you got a point there. Let's just go to a 4 hour on that. No, it's seen a low. What was that? Yeah, back in December. $1.66. Can you imagine if you long that? Sheesh. Yeah, but it's gone just straight vertical. That's a parabolic move, so you know, something healthy would put us in some of those levels that I was looking at. You know, maybe we get down to this area right over here. Let's flip that back over. Inside this zone, did that just change? Why does that look like that just changed? I thought we had more liquidity. There was more liquidity to set here, or maybe I'm just tripping. So this pocket would need to be taken first. And then there's another pocket here. And then that's the next thickest pocket, which is 52 and some change, right? Yeah. I think I was getting a little bit too zealous on that one. Let's go right there. I'd be open to like short-term longs on that. Most likely I won't. I want to kind of stick to one bias with River. You know, so I would TP on my short on that area. Long on hype. That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, yeah. If you caught it at that level, yeah. Let's see River sweep that low. and see if we can get some blood activated in the water. You know, all this count that we're looking at here gets invalidated if we sweep this low, just as an FYI. So as we approach these levels, I'm going to be looking at a couple things here. I'm looking at indicators. Mainly I'm looking at a wave trend perspective on the lower time frames. I really want to see these green dots that you see right over here, kind of like what we printed right over here inside this zone. This green dot right here, these are buy signals. These are sell signals inside these areas. So I would want to see a flush and then a green dot print for me. If green dot can print for me, then I'm Gucci. We got divergence, so it's still inside of a sell, inside of a buy zone. This might flush a little bit more again here. Let's go right back to 34 minute. No buy signal yet on river, so maybe river gives us this, which kind of would tell me that wave A may not be done. And I would just have to make some adjustments to these fib levels as far as where retracement back up can go to. Because we could very well get a very deep A, right? We can get something like that. And that would actually be a nice setup for a harmonic, if that were to come to fruition. That's a big if, but we could definitely see something like that. And this is all based on here, so I would have to move this around. Let's say if we do get down to these levels, then we need to flip that over. And see, it kind of puts us right back inside this zone, inside this area. The order block just appeared here for ETH in this area. That don't make any sense to me. I don't know why people are doing that. That's probably a bunch of whales just entering just because. Die River. No, it's not microcipher. The logic is the same as market cipher, yeah. But I wasn't spending $1,500 on that when I can just write it myself. All right, guys. Quick bathroom break for me. I'll be right back. Give me a couple seconds. Now the indicators are not public, they're private, they're on invite only. There's a couple of people in the chat that do have them, that utilize them, but they're invite only. It's either volume based or you just buy them outright. If you buy them outright, they're lifetime access. some previous students of mine, have them. They utilize them. It came with their package. So there's a multitude of ways that you can get them. But they're all here. These are all the indicators. If you go directly to my page, you can see every single one that I've written, what they do, what I can offer to you, and how to utilize them. So this is really what I use on a day-to-day basis. $52, $34, $14 is all I see for River. I like the way you think, brother. I probably gonna look, once we get this sweep here in this area, because this lead up phase on a 34 minutes showing a 3. So I really want to identify where that 13 is gonna fall. I know for sure we're gonna sweep this area over here. I mean, this would be juicy if we got something like that. That for a wave A. And then got maybe like a wave B somewhere over here, pumps all the way back up to there. And then wave C down to, what'd you have? 34? Good afternoon, Greg. Welcome to the stream, brother. What did you have? 34? Yeah, and then maybe we get another impulse. Then I would probably look at this as probably a 1, 2, 3, 4. Then it would probably be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this is what would take us to 14, but that's too deep. So then this would probably need to be lower. Oh my gosh, can you imagine that? Then impulse and then failure. Then that would make that a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a big fat maybe. Let's see what happens here first, right? Because without a doubt, I know we're going to revisit this area. I know we're going to revisit this area. And if that does become wave A, let's say this pocket right over here. I mean, there's some good liquidations, but there's also liquidations here that could actually stop. So either it acts as fuel. Ooh, a lot of people are exiting. Yeah, a lot of people just exited. They said F that. So it's either here, we take out this pocket right here and get into this zone, or we come down into this area right over here. This makes a little bit more sense to me, just to tap into here, then have a move back up. This move can literally come to here and then collapse back down. But see, this was a support area, a minor support. People were trying to build support here in this area because there was a resistance set here. So people long this area expecting to go up, they just got flushed, or they've been getting flushed ever since we had this move. So coming back and retesting that area puts us right around the 786 area. I think if I put a 707, that's not what I wanted. Where's my 707? It's right on top of it. It's fine. Yeah, so somewhere inside here. And that would actually open up the door for a nice, decent harmonic. Now that I would definitely be open to. It's not 100% accurate, but I'm just giving you the idea what it would look like. So I would look at TPing here, then looking for another entry right around like 77 and some change. Yeah, it's decent. It's going to sweep those. 100%. It's going to sweep those. Remember, we got a 9 failure that sits inside that area with a lead up phase that's printing a 3. So, you know, you're really just seeing a bunch of greedy river traders that are buying any dip. What's USDT doing real quick? Let's check on USDT. We're looking at USDT from a 610. Yeah, remember, I think we were talking about this earlier, testing this area over here, trying to change the setup phase and moving into a 6. That's dangerous because if this prints a 6, then let's go 4 back, 1, 2, 3, 4. The next candle is going to be inside of a bullish setup phase, which is ideal for ETH. But then that means it's going to come back and retest this area over here, which is 6.48, which would put ETH back inside of this zone. So these fib levels that I'm looking at over here, there's not that much liquidity that sits inside that area. So I'm actually going to take off the 618 because I just think that's going to be misleading for anybody. So it's really going to be inside of these zones. I mean, what you're looking for, or at least what I would be looking for, is the next session, which comes in the next 3 hours or so. You know, a move up to right over here for USDT, which would move ETH back down. And then, you know, start retracing and start pulling right back down, because then the setup phase will be inside of a bullish setup phase, which means it's going to point towards lower lows inside that area. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. And so what are you giving me right now? A, and then B, and then C. Yeah, I'll take that. So I know I did that kind of quickly, but here, these are subwaves that I'm looking at right over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then now looking at this as A, B, and then maybe we get a C down to here. I mean, can I get that? Can I get a C down to here? That would push ETH very, very high. But let's be kind of realistic with this. Let's just say we get down into this area right over here. That's really what I'm going to be looking for once we get into those levels. Ooh, nice sweep. Nice sweep. So that 9 printed. That 9 is printing lower. Let's look at no buy signal on that just yet. I did take profits on mine though. Just as a FYI, heads up to anybody that's curious. So we're just waiting for ETH. We're going to be monitoring USDT. It's the last week of the new month. New month starts on Monday. So it's there's going to be a lot of observation, just being prepared for those entry levels to hit, for those entry levels to be tagged, and then we can start building longs. I'm really looking at longs for ETH. If we push all the way up to, like, let's say 3,500, 3,400, then I'll start looking at some short opportunities if those will prevail. But I really want to identify, see if that 2804 down to roughly right around like 2792, 2787, see if those levels can hold. If those levels can hold, then we'll be looking for longs and longing back into like 3217 all the way up to right around like 3461. So just a quick recap in the event that you guys are just maybe lost in the sauce. That's what's going on. That was a good move. So for hedges, you know, once I get into an area that I'm going to either TP, you know, so let's say that I'm long from ETH, I long from 2784. So take some profit at 2940, then open up a hedge against it. So as price starts coming back down, you can start protecting that position, allowing you to build a bigger long once you get into those areas. Same thing for rows, right? Like let's say that you shorted from this area, you got to this area, you TP'd, maybe you open up a hedge here in this area. There's a good enough spread between the two. You know, you want to see at least like a 20% spread, 15 to 20% spread between the two of them. So let's assume, you know, you shorted from this area. You know, 17% spread in that area. So that would be a good idea as far as if you were hedging it, and then you just kind of treat it as a scalp against your short. And because we do have lower targets for the short, in the event that you get round tripped on your short and you push back into that area, then your profit is still going to be there because you have the hedge of the long. That was a good sweep. That's what we were looking for here. The lead up phase is showing a 9. I mean, excuse me, showing a 3 here. So let's look at it on a lower time frame real quick. And so we got a 7 that's printing here now. So I think it's got maybe a little bit more left in the tank. If it wants to come back and revisit this area, that's fine. We'll just be prepared for that. I want to look at it from a 55-minute as well too. 55-minute is printing a 6 here. Let's go to a higher time frame, printing a 4, printing a 3. That's printing a 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Coming back to this zone, 74 and some change. Wouldn't be surprised with that. It's okay. And where does that put me? At 74 right over here. So like, let's just, you know, play devil's advocate here. Let's just make assumptions. And that's 74. So retest that. And then possibly get lower. I'm being incredibly zealous with that one, but I still think it goes a little bit deeper, because I'm also looking at this from a harmonic perspective. Right? That's a good leg. I want to see a leg here. I want to see another leg here, and then a good decent leg in that area. I mainly just target liquidity, right? So when it comes to hedges and things like that, I mainly just target liquidity. I utilize intraday time frames, you know, whether that be like a 89-minute and down, that's going to be like my highest time frame. Nah, I take that back. I actually can go up to like a 144. It just depends on what time frame really kind of feeds into my bias as far as what I'm looking at, and then I work my way down. Hopefully that makes sense. ETH has a nice decent push down on there. We're just gonna wait. Just wait it out. You know, that order block appeared out of nowhere in that area, and I feel like that's more of retail or just, you know, whales that are just like, I don't care about money. I'm gonna long this area and just wait for it. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, River's got this little support area that's going on here. You know, this little support zone, this little demand area that pushed it to this high. You know, it's got to violate that zone in order for it to go lower. And now the opposite for River. You know, now you're going to get a bunch of people aping into shorts, which could potentially just push it right back into like 79 areas. The fib zone here, it's going to make a change here, so it's either going to have a bigger move to the upside. It did print a buy signal on a lower time frame here. Here as well too. Not on a 21. Not on a 13, and the 34 that we're using to manage, it didn't print there either. And then ADX is above the baseline, DI negative above the baseline. That ADX crosses over that DI negative, this thing is going to go bananas. Let's go to a slightly higher time frame. Volatility, really, once we get into those levels. I actually don't have a baseline for that. I need a baseline for this. Okay, so RSI and MFI are both beneath a baseline. Let's go ahead and lock that down. I'll just change this to dotted. And just like that. And then let's actually make that red. Nope. Nope. I just leave it black? Yeah, that's fine. I need to fix that on my indicators so that way it comes up automatically. I'll do that sometime this week. Nice moves on ETH. In my opinion, I feel like River is just, you know, one of those things that you just got to build into. You got to build into it and just wait. Be right back, guys. Hang on. Somebody scream if something happens. Oh, look at river. River sweeping again. Nice. That's what we like to see on river. That's what we're after. I took some profits on that river. Just letting you know what I did. Yeah, we just keep flushing those areas. Oops, didn't mean to do that. So if it does that, then I'll probably see that. Right, it'll probably go to an extension level, like 91 and some change. Did it flash a buy signal yet? Not yet, it's getting there. I just took a little bit of profits on that dip. That's all. It's an easy move, quick $100. Nothing spectacular to write home to mama about. You know, because River just reached an all-time high, so it's still inside of this like unpredictable characteristics, if you will. I shorted it last night. I hit my stop loss. I had a stop loss at 81, and then I re-shorted it again at 82 and some change, right inside of this red box right over here. So you can see here it went straight to a wave 5. This is what I was posting inside the corner, saying like this thing looks like it's running into a wave 5, which is 1.272. That's a classic wave 5. So now just riding it into a wave A and seeing if we can get a, I mean, wave, if we can come down to here, like let's just say we can come down to here. This is still on the table, but that would be ideal. Because if this comes to here, so, you know, I would full TP inside of the zone and then wait for, see what occurs here at these levels. If we come down to here, maybe move it out, but maybe. Definitely see it, definitely see it, definitely see that, definitely see that. And even see and say if it wants to make another run for another all-time high, that would be an extension level from that level. That's my ideal target right now is 50, 51, 52. ETH just moving, that's fine. And so now for River, I just have a runner going. I just have a little runner going. I'm gonna be ready for ETH. I'm gonna set some limits right in this area, 2797 inside that area. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set some limits for ETH inside those areas. And 43 came down way lower than that. I need to look at this from daily. I have Gibbs, where are you? Yeah. It bounced right off of 2815, so maybe it sweeps into 2804. Yeah, I'll set some limits at 2804, 2804.32. Do roughly like 15%. Yeah, I'm gonna do about 15% on that. There you go. Now let's see if that limit gets tagged. Set my stop loss on that just beneath the low of that in case it sweeps the low. My loss would be about $51 if I sweep that low. So that's what I'm doing. But honestly, if it does sweep that low, you know, my river short will make up for that. So the hedge on the river short will cover that. Bum 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 bum. I think honestly, the way everything's kind of chopping up, I think like the real move will probably come during Asia and London, which is painful, to say the least, because you got to sit and wait for that. Thomas, you seem a little impatient there, buddy. No, I'm not holding any ETH positions. I'm doing 15% up port on that for me. Yeah, I'm still in river a decent amount in the sense of margin. I mean, I'm up 386% on it right now. But I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys got stopped out, so I'll just move whatever those profits are. I'll move them over, so that way I have a clean start on that. Let's see if this rejects this order block again for ETH. It's all good. 28.85. Oh, you're trying to long 28.85? Oh. I wouldn't. I mean, I didn't long that area. I mean, I could see why people did. Was that a shaved head? Or a shaved bottom? Excuse me. Oh no, it wasn't. Okay. You know, the daily on River, you know, it's still maturing. It printed a 9 on a daily. Lido phase still has a 1. You know, so some of the targets that we're looking at, you know, we may not even see today. It would be great if we did, but let's see that 9 flush. I mean, that impulse flush. That would be supreme sexy. 59 down to 52. Haven't added to short or anything like that. Just waiting. Just wait. Just wait for ETH here. Yep, I have orders at 2804. Quite literally just said that. Oh, you're trying to scalp it? Yeah. It'll come back. I mean, it'll come back to your level and probably even lower. So... let's just play devil's advocate here. Let's look at USDT. What are you doing? USDT, you're maintaining. USDT needs a... USDT will probably hold this level. And probably won't see it until the next session. That's like another 2.5 hours from now. Daily low for River right now is 66.861, which is right around here. It's a little bit different. This is Binance. Bitonix has it a little bit lower. I was looking at the same. There's no way you went to a 382. You sure did. You went to a 382 and you bounced off a 382. Interesting. Then that means wave 4 is going to be ridiculous. I'm just assuming, let's say ETH bounced here and then pushes all the way up to like these levels over here. That retracement's going to be insane. It's not going to come here and then keep going higher. It could come here and go higher. But typically, if you have a flat wave 2, which is not very common, you have a sharp wave 4. It's one order, buddy. More blood coming. Let's go ahead and end that pull. GG. Just reiterating something, if you guys are going to trade with me on LBank, be sure to DM me your UID on Discord and or on Twitter. Just DM me your UID with proof of deposit, and then that way I can work to get your VIP level escalated. We are going to do a giveaway once we reach 1,000 subscribers here on YouTube for this channel. We're going to do a $1,000 giveaway. We're going to spread that out amongst 5 people. If you're not subscribed, some more reasons to be subscribed. Here, I don't know if you saw these guidelines, buddy, but I'm just go ahead and put this up there for you. It's the very last line. I believe the minimum deposit is $250. Let me double check for us. Yeah, minimum's $250. You're welcome, Classics. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Just putting up some of the challenge guidelines so you guys are aware. These streams go for several hours. Sometimes you guys may be coming in late. I totally get that. But one thing that's very resourceful and powerful for YouTube is you can rewind it and then catch up. Rewind, put on 2x, and then catch up. Yeah, if you're a Discord, if you're in our Discord, you're inside of our Discord and you're trading with us, then yes, it'll be open to you. We can escalate you to VIP. ScalpX has a partnership with them, so that's one of the benefits of being inside of ScalpX. It's all good, Thomas. No worries. I'm glad that you're here. Anytime you see me come on live, I open up with what we're going to be looking at, what the analysis looks like from a higher time frame, and then we dive into lower time frames. So what you see on your chart now, as you're coming in a little bit later, you're seeing lower time frames. So if you ever come back in the future, which I encourage you to do, and I thank you that you do, just know you could always just go back and rewind and like, what was Saint talking about? Let me get an idea, and then you can kind of catch up. So that way you don't miss anything. But these streams go for, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours sometimes. And I get a lot of individuals that come in a little bit later, but they always ask the same question. What's your entry? What's your stop loss? What's your TP? Personally, I don't think it's fair to the people that are here that have to hear the same thing over and over again. They want to hear different stuff or see different stuff for that matter. All right, bet. Yeah, 8 a.m. I start charting around 7:30. I try to get on here live around 8 a.m. Sometimes I got a couple things to do here around the house, so sometimes I may stroll a little bit later. But typically I try to be here around 8 a.m. Mondays, I'll stream until about 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, I'll stream until about 7 p.m. until about Asia Open. And then Thursdays and Fridays, we're going to go to about 4:30 p.m. That's what's up. Yeah, Chento was streaming earlier this morning. I followed behind him a little bit later. I didn't get any opportunity to watch and see what he was doing on that side. I'm sure he's mainly focused on BTC. Yeah, I got your DM, Solar. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Okay, yeah. Let me grab this real quick for you, and I'll send a message out right now for you. All right, cool. Solo, they're going to work on it right now for you. So just give it some time. If you don't see anything occur, like, I don't know, midweek or something like that, just shoot me a DM and we'll poke them. I got you, Greg. Appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, we're just gonna wait for ETH. You know, ETH may give us something by later on this week. We got to see what occurs in those levels. The most bullish narrative would be is to maintain like the 2800s, upper 2700 levels. You know, that would be bullish, and then we can get into more bearish retest levels. You know, testing 3484, sweeping some of those areas. That's the most bullish. But if it decides to sweep this low that we had from Sunday and come down into these areas over here, then that's something that we just got to be monitoring, see what occurs in those levels. What's going on, Florine? I got you, Solar. No doubt. Appreciate you, brother. Do I think trading has logic? Like trading in itself? Yeah, I think I do. I think it does. I mean, it's it's more like controlled gambling, if that makes any sense. But I mean, if you have a strategy and you have setups and you have a big dosage of patience, then yeah, the logic kicks in. But if you find yourself to be like an impatient individual, like you know your personality better than anybody else, if you find yourself to be impatient, then yeah, some of those moves may seem illogical to you. And sometimes PA doesn't respect technicals, which would come across as illogical in that sense.
Guess what?
But that just means there's more moves to be developed. From the wicks to the bodies. That's how I mark them. For demand zones and for supply zones. Bird, if you created under Cento, that's fine. If you've already put in your deposit, that's fine. Just shoot me a DM on Discord with your UID and then proof of your deposit, and then I'll get it over to them too. I'll still help you out.
Guess
Boom.
what?
ETH is in love with this 2912 area. Keeps trying to test it. Yep, I got you. To the window, to the wall. Pretty much. Yeah, because I think they have all taken profits on River, and they're probably learning the lesson right now. You know, every time they try to buy these little dips, boom, you know, maybe trying to buy this and then see what occurs next. I'm going to attempt something really, really stupid here. I'm just going to do a tiny little short here. See if this thing actually plays out. Let me double check something real quick. That's not what I want to do. Yeah, see, I don't have any sell signals, and that looks like volatility is about to kick in. You know, no risk, no glory, right?
Guess what?
I literally just took a very small short here on ETH. I set my stop loss to 29.21. I think my loss there would be like $14. It was a small position, like roughly like around $69 margin. I want to see if this area is going to continue to reject or if it's going to come in and try to fill this gap over here. If it fills that gap over there, then I'll look for new entries so I can ride it into a wave 2. Oh.
Guess what? Guess what?
Yeah, I opened a very small one right here. I'm just testing something. If I get pushed out, I get pushed out. I'm okay with that. I'll eat $14. I don't necessarily have a sell signal here, and I got some volatility that's picking up over here. That's what makes me a little leery. But this ADX is about to snap. You know, anytime this ADX gets to this area and it pushes up, it's going to push up a leading side here. The DI positive was leading, so that's kind of where you got this move up like this.
Guess what?
Now the opposite can happen because you have DI negative that's above here. So if this snaps up with DI negative continuing to build momentum, you could see a pretty aggressive move down to the downside. That's going to be our target area that we're looking at. It's very risky. In my opinion, it's very risky. That's why I just did a small margin. If I eat a $14 loss, that's fine. You know, I still have the river play that's working out to help offset that for me. So I'm technically not even at a loss. But I think it might want to try to come right back into this area, maybe even flush these shorts and come into here. Then that would just adjust wave 1 for me. That's all, which is like 29.62 inside this area. Come back and revisit this area. A, B, C, D. It's a little micro harmonic maybe. A, that's pretty deep for a B. C, but if I went A and then B, that don't make any sense. Like, I'm not gonna get much out of that. I could actually. I take that back. Actually, could. If I go that way. Yeah, she's gonna scalp it. Just gonna scalp it. Yeah, I'm gonna scalp this short on ETH. Small little move. Nothing major. Quick $10. Nothing major. Yeah, I just closed that. So I'm looking at it like this. All right, we're inside this order block right over here. But I have a feeling that we get a push into this area right over here. So that's why I just exited. Not a most profitable area, but just looking at quick little scalps in and out, in and out, in and out. Small long at 29.13. Oh, you're long from 29.13. Okay, okay. Oh. Yeah, let's see if it flips it. I mean, we might get a nice little flush. Let's get some imbalances here in this area. You know, maybe holding onto the short would have been a better play, but I'm just going to a slightly higher time frame here. I don't have any true sell signals here. This is volatility. This matches up with volatility. This uptrend is running into exhaustion, but I do have RSI and money flow that are still printing above the baseline. So I'm just looking for that scam wake up, for lack of better terminology, maybe into this area right over here, maybe even to here. Let's go ahead and look at... I got a decent amount of fair value gaps to sit over there too. Interesting. Yeah, I'm glad I got out of that. Small, like I said, small little profit. Nothing I'm gonna sit there and write home to mom about. Like, this is what I did. We got a 9 printing here. If you can just give me a wham bam. Right into that. Oh. You know, USDT sitting in this indecision level, so maybe it gets a nice little flush right down here, back down to this level, and that would push ETH up. Yeah, I already closed mine. Just as a FYI, it was just testing something. Yeah, $10 for what? 8 minutes worth of work? Oh, time well spent. That makes it. For me, it was at least.
Guess what? Guess
Yeah, we're right back to that 29.12. You keep hearing the alarm going off for it. Excuse me. See? So I got out. Just effery here. Just effery. Clear this little bit right here. Yeah, see? Just clear that little bit right there. Did that even clear it? It did clear it. Or am I tripping? No, it did not clear it. I got an equal high on that. There you go, that cleared it. There it is. Glad we got out. We're just waiting. Now just waiting. Let's go back to 34 real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. That set of phase change there is 3 minutes left on it. So then 1, 2, 3, 4. Close beneath that level that we're looking at. And sometimes you just gotta pull the trigger. You have a crazy amount of people that are shorting this area. That's why you see it. It's gonna start feeding them. River feels like I feel like River's just like dying here, not dying in the sense of going down. Like it's becoming stagnant. I saw something very similar to that when Dusk hit its levels. Where's Dusk? I haven't checked on Dusk actually. What's going on with Dusk? Yeah, that was a juicy short, man. Anybody that was shorting from 26, these areas.
Guess what?
I think a lot of us caught that.
What?
Come on, flush it. Flush to the upside. Give me 3057. If this thing can just have an insane push up to that level, then my wave 1 wasn't done. Actually, no, I take that back. My wave 1 was done, but then it gave me a wave 2 at 0.382, which is ridiculous. Then wave 4 is going to be pretty aggressive because, you know, I gave you that as a level, but that doesn't mean you can't get a wave 3 here like that. And then you'd have a wave 4. Let's just play around with it a little bit. Then you'd have a wave 4 that looks like that.
Guess what? Guess what?
Big battle here. People that are long in this. So let's look at some of these wallets to see what these wallets are doing. Seeing if they're opening up here in these areas. 2887. Look, there's your 2887, 2885, 2903, 2899. Let's look at all directions. These are old shorts. These are all old shorts, and a lot of these longs are opening up here. Rivers on a second impulse. Let's see if that impulse. That's an actually on the neck candle. Sorry, you guys can't see that. Let me transition back over. That's an on the neck candle for river, which is bearish. So we should see an impulse coming here for river. ETH is brewing. Yeah. Looks like it's brewing for a little move to the upside. Yeah, I would definitely want to see 3057. Excuse me. Yeah, it's gonna brew for that. That's fine. All right, river, keep coming. Nice, river. Go, go, go. Why are you? Who's buying this? Why are you buying this area? You guys are gonna get flushed. Just keep buying. That's fine. Keep buying. That correction is gonna be even harder. You guys are just being greedy. You guys are just being greedy. It's getting back down to those daily lows. I could see what they're trying to do. They're trying to get it back to. Oh my god. Oh man, that's funny. That just came on. River 0, 1.86 billion in liquidations. Good gosh. Oh man, bro, I would laugh so hard. You're gonna get a shooting star, maybe get a little pop up here, and then you're gonna get a deep retrace. You're gonna take about a day to mature. You're gonna take some time. Yeah, don't be afraid. Anybody that's on, oh my gosh, river. You know, we're tapping into these lows for the day. You know, definitely not an area where I'd be looking to short. Come on, flush it. Flush it. Oh, flush it, flush it, flush it, flush it. Come on. You got it in you. You're a liquidation candle. Come on. You're a liquidation candle. No buy signals that is developed here on 34. ADX above DI negative. RSI below or on 34 here. All right. Just wait for that flush. That's assuming we get down to here. What's over here in this area? Maybe it stops here at 61. Previous resistance was right over here. It just came just shy of that. But that, see, that doesn't add up for me though. For wave B, that's a weak wave B unless I change my pivots. And unless I change my pivots, I mean, I like this pivot, but I prefer that one. Could go 1, 2, 3. So what does that look like? That would be a mini one. So that would be mini. I can get a Navarro that way. Or we get back into this level right over here. Just like 46. Come on, you got it in you. You got it in you. You got it in you.
Guess what? Guess what?
Come on, ETH. Flush down. Everything flush down. Once this thing flashes a buy signal for me on 34, then I'll look to TP that short. I'm gonna leave that open. I'll leave the ADX open. I'll leave the I'm gonna close the imbalance. I'm just really gonna operate off of these two right now. There you go, ETH. Job. Just taking out those leverage shorts. You got to bounce off of that area over there, which is ideal. Where are you resisting from? Oh, you're resisting that? Why? Oh, I mean, you had more support over here. Did you resist? Okay, yeah, support, reject, but then took it. Now we're testing another resistance level. ETH, all we're looking for is 3057. We're not being greedy here. Can you go ahead and help us out? Yeah, I think ETH can give it to us, to be very honest with you. I'll take a look at hype here in a second. I'm waiting for that flush. Yeah. Yeah, waiting. Just waiting, mag. Either ETH will give me 3057 first, or my wave 1 is complete, and then it's going to give me these levels down over here to maintain. River's trying its hardest to flush that, and it can't. Why? Are you giving me an equal bottom? Are you causing inducement? No, that's not an equal bottom. Okay. Sure, I'll look at hype. Let me move hype up. Yeah, on a 34 minute, you have an opportunity to short that. One, two, 3, 4, and then 5. Yeah, possibly. You got 5 subwaves going on there. River's bipolar. River's just, everyone's trying to get to this higher level over here. It just needs one good little flush. I feel like that's inducement, to be honest with you. That's what it feels like. I don't know about hype. I didn't mean to do that. I'm going to do this. You see, that's printing a 2. Be a little leery about that one. 1, 2. Don't look like a 3 to me. That looks like that's going to keep going. And you got a buy signal? Nah, I wouldn't short it. If you got a short, then you got a short-term scalp. But this is still developing. It's still developing. Where did we mark this off from? Did I look at what was it, a 4-hour or was it a daily? I think it was a daily. Yeah, it was a daily. Right, because this could have been wave 2 right over here, and if this thing just decides to go bananas. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's got to climb all the way back down here. So next session, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's an easier pull. There's 5 hours left inside of that. And I could see why you guys want to short it. I just, I don't know, man. I don't like it. I don't like those levels. River, what is going on with it? What's wrong with you, River? What's really going on? Why are you doing that? Come on, flush to give us a buy signal. ETH got a little push here. Let's just go ahead and do this. Let me set up some things first for hype so we can manage it accordingly. Daily wave. Why did it just do that? Oh. Alright. Stop it. Thank you. Alright. So let's go here. Let's change this around real quick because I like ETH to be in the lead there. And let's go ahead and open up 4. Alright, so we got river right over here. I also have river over here. So I'm going to change this over to hype. And I'll change hype over to daily. And this is Bitcoin. I'm going to change Bitcoin over to a daily as well too. Oh yeah, Bitcoin looks like it's going to go night night. What's that printing it to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 89. That looks like it wants to go night night. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable with shorting hype here, to be honest with you. I feel like it's going to squeeze a little bit more. Oh yeah, look at this. It's got a shaved head way up here, 25. And now River's starting to squeeze all these shorts, people that are entering short here in this area. I'm trying to change the setup phase there. There's an hour and 15 minutes left on that. Yeah, I don't trust hype there, to be honest with you. I really don't. There's no sell signal, at least on a 34. On 144, higher time frame actually has buy signals. Same on 233. Same there too, which is volatility really screaming. So I think most people are trying to short here in this area. I mean, I would want to target that area 25 if I was looking at hype, or if I was trying to short hype. But let's go back to a 2 view. I'll keep those on there for just future reference, but just keep it on a 2 view. Main focus right now are going to be River and ETH. And why isn't this idea printing in the area? Oh, you're just not organizing. Okay. Well, why don't you get organized? You're on a 233. No, I outlined all these different. All right, I need to clean this up. Give me 1 second. Let's view you from 377 and down. No, you're reviewed from a 3-day. That's what it was. That's why. You're retarded there, buddy. Let's fix that. There you are. That's where you're reviewed from. What does volume look like? Volume sucks. I'm so glad I took profits on River. I'm not opening shorts here in this area. It's just they're trying to run it back to the daily. That's mainly what they're doing. And guess what? If it goes right back to the area, I'm gonna short it again. I have no problem shorting this thing all the way up to 91. Mind you, I'm not gonna hold. I would burn a position and then take a new entry. Imagine that. Imagine that. All right, trying to get a read here on River. So let's just work with what we have. Yeah, I like 79 a little bit better. Resistance. Let's go ahead and add this on here. What do I have here to the left? You. Right there. Let's look at liquidity real quick. Oh, that's 3017. Yeah, that's gonna push into that should push into that. If it's gonna take out any of these shorts, anyone that's shorting here in this area, 3017, all the way up to 3052, 3061 inside that area, small little pockets that sit inside that zone. So we got liquidity that sits over there. Let's add some dynamics into that real quick. Yeah, it should take all that. And come into this level. Let's go to a slightly higher time frame. Yep. That's 2974. Let's go a little bit higher. Not much there. There's some that sits there 65%, 48%. Not much when we get there. There's more actually down to the downside when we get higher in time frame. I have little faith in this box that sits right over here. Actually, you guys can't see that. Sorry about that. I have little faith in this box right over here. I want to see it take it out. What is that? 2933? 2933.07 over there. River's going for a whipsaw. Just looking for 2804. Possible. Oh, just wait. This is the time of the day where it starts slowing down, to be honest with you. So you might see some sideways movement. Interesting. We're on 34-minute. What we're targeting. I'm gonna stick with that. I'm just gonna stick with that. Maybe we get an M top over here. Of course. Why wouldn't they buy here? That's of course they would. Sandwiched in between two order blocks. You're gonna see Moneyman step in here pretty soon. No order blocks to the upside. All the order blocks sit right down here in these areas. The river. Hmm. Here, actually, let me open that up because maybe you guys can see price better. No, you actually can't. That's fine. It's down here. I'll move it if it's in the way. River has another impulse that it's brewing. That's what you see. What these bright green candles are. That's an impulse candle. Shave bottom at 53. What time frame, Big Dog? What time frame you got on that? On 34? Oh, okay. Let me throw it on real quick. Why am I not picking mine up? Are you on Binance or are you on Bitunix? What exchange are you on that one?
Guess what? Guess what?
On Bitunix? Okay, I'll take a look. On a 15-minute.
Guess what? Guess what?
I see it. I see it. Damn, we got two shave bottoms, really. Down at 39 and...
Guess what? Guess what?
Yeah, this area kind of lines up with what we were looking at for our setup that we had on Binance. What level was that? Yeah, that lines up with this right over here.
Guess what? Guess what?
Oh, we got one right here too. Am I still on 15-minute Binance? What is that? 61. They're showing this one, but they're not showing the one that was at 39. Okay. Oh, yeah. Painful part. Painful part. I gotta sit and wait. Come on, River. Take the dirt nap. It's the dirt nap you deserve. Take the dirt nap you deserve. You're going down to the river. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, it lines up with the dynamics. Yep. Yep. Great minds think alike. It doesn't show that. Okay. But I think just the entire market just flushed. Like everything just. Or here's a better thing to think about. A what if, right? Like Marvel's what if. What if ETH actually performed like River or Dusk or Rose in the months to come? I mean, like 60% gains in a day or within like 48 hours. Could you imagine that? We have not seen that for ETH in a very, very, very long time. Oh, side note, completely random. I did try putting some gaming on here while I was like just test running some streaming at the same time, and the game was like super laggy. So I was like, yeah, I can't do that. I was thinking of doing some gaming when we had downtime, but we'll figure out a different activity when we have downtime. I got back into Apex a little bit more just the other day. The last couple of days. Missed that game. Fun game. People are still very toxic on there, though. Extremely toxic. Like, they push on their own, then they go down, And then they hop into the mic and they start cussing you out like, oh, you're such a horrible teammate. Like, where are you? Blah, 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 blah. Like, cussing you out. And it's like, bro, you're just pushing on your own. Don't miss that part. Works great on Twitch. Yeah, maybe I'll look into Twitch. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to build YouTube, to be honest with you. Like, if I can get to 1,000 subscribers inside of Q1, that would be the goal. Then we'll hop over to Twitch and see if we can dominate that area. But I don't think it's the platform, to be honest with you. I think it's my system, because I have charts open. I'm running TradingView. I'm running TradingView. I'm running LBank, so I'm pulling in data from there. I'm running Discord open at the same time. I'm running my browser as far as TapeSurf, Hyperbot, CoinGlass. So all this stuff pulls like real-time data, so it's constantly pulling that bandwidth. And then if I game on top of that, like, I think my GPU is going to be like, yeah, I'm gonna go take a long walk on a short bridge. It's like, not so much, sir. I mean, I got the GPU for the output for it. I think that overloads it. Then running 3 monitors here at the same time. I think I got a lot going on for that. Skill issue? Possibly. Could be a skill issue. I mean, I game for fun. Yeah, decompress. I don't get into the heavy competition aspect of it. Yeah, it's very toxic. I mean, it became even more toxic once we had that cross-platform aspect, which is still great. I mean, you get to play, different people. I play on PC, so playing other individuals, it's kind of fun. But I got called a D-head yesterday. I got told like, "What the f are you doing?" So. And I'm starting from the bottom on my Apex account. I literally just unlocked Mirage yesterday. That's who I mainly main. I main Mirage. That was my goal. I wanted to catch enough XP, catch enough coins so I can unlock Mirage, and then I'm throwing the towel. Then I'm gonna go after Ash next. That's the next one. But I was mainly gaming with Bangalore yesterday, and I'm not a Bangalore main. I'm a Mirage main and Ash main. Looking to restream for recording and gaming, can throw out the live streaming on multiple channels. Okay, that's what's up. Take a look. I mean, the goal is, I still want to do, the point is to trade, right? To give live setups. So when we have like downtime and just nothing's really going on the charts, we can have a little segue and kind of open up the gaming. I would have in the corner, gaming going on, or I can open up full screen and then go from there. Yeah, I'll look into it. Yeah, I never reached Predator level on Apex. I think the highest level I reached was Diamond 2 or Diamond 1, one of the two. And this was like years ago. I haven't played Apex. I just picked up Apex maybe like 3 weeks ago. And I haven't played Apex for probably about like a year and a half. So, working out that rust. I think my PC's pretty good, bro. I think my specs are they're up to par. Yeah, running an RTX 3090, and then ASRock Z490 for motherboard. And I have a butt ton of memory. That's one thing that I've installed on here. It's a water cooling system as well too. I don't have that overheating issue. but I am running Wi-Fi. I'm not hardwired in, so that could be an issue. I think my PC's okay. Listen, it was an arm and a leg just to upgrade to get a second monitor. I had to negotiate just to get the second monitor. If I tell my significant other I'm going to upgrade my PC, then I might be sleeping outside. You're going to spend how much? To do what? For what? I gotta like hide it, build it, discard all the boxes, and act like nothing happened. That's probably due to because I lowered the output, so I did that earlier because we were running into some lags. I'll bump it up again, see if that helps. I lowered the bit rate earlier to roughly around 6,000, but I can put it back to 16,000 and see what that does. If we start lagging, we'll know what that is, what's going on there. But just fair warning, just giving you the heads up on that. I just bumped it up now, so maybe that might help you. And then let's go ahead and change scaling filtering. Okay, scaling filtering is fine. So let's see if that holds. Like I said, if we run into lag issues, that's what's going on. But maybe that helps. Maybe refresh on your side or wait for YouTube to pick that up. If you're new to the channel or new to the streams, this is pretty much what I do on a day-to-day basis. Monday through Friday, I'll hop on here live with you guys, kind of discuss where the market's at, areas of interest that I'm looking for, whether it be short, whether it be long. One way they could always say thank you if this information has served you well and been beneficial to you is obviously subscribing to the channel. That's a huge help, helps the channel a lot. And if you want to set your notification bell on, so that way you know when I am streaming, when I am going live, things of that nature, you can hit the notification. I typically put a stream up first. I'll schedule it, so if you're following the page, you'll see when that becomes available. You could just hit notify me when I actually do go live, so in case you have a real life outside of the screens and don't want to miss a beat, then I recommend doing that. That's something that's going to help you in the future. Yeah, let's see. I mean, I just bumped it up to 16 now. Let's see if it starts giving us issues. Actually, I'll follow your advice on that, Solar. Let's see what that does. Leave it around 10. I mean, it looks clear on my side. I don't know. ETH needs to take that box, and then we're looking at higher levels from there. Just needs to have a hiya. That way you guys can see what's going on. Could be, I don't know. I mean, we had some issues earlier in the day. I literally had to restart my entire PC just to get to a functionality perspective. There you go. Good job, ETH.
Look at me. Look at me.
Dusk is crossing. Not really focused on Dusk right now. Come on, ETH. You got it in you. There you go. Keep going. Also got to look out for this right over here. See if we get any double tops. Over here, somewhat of resistance area. You can see right over here inside that area. So seeing that this box just got violated. Well, not technically, but we'll take these lines off. Don't really need those anymore because we're just using that as a barometer for this level. You know, previous support, or we go back to previous resistance, kind of maybe price action gets sandwiched in there. You can see what happened here in that area. Got sandwiched and then you had a throwdown. Now we're trying to test this area. I would like to see this area just be completely taken and move to 3052, 3057. From a liquidity perspective, there's a small little pocket over there, and I'm inclined to look at shorts from that level. Technically, if we're inside of a wave one, you can look at some shorts here in this area. That's kind of what, if we don't get 3057, we start to see signs of weakness here inside of this area, then I'll be inclined to that 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a deep push down to change that setup phase. So I think we're going to float around here, you know, for at least the next 2, maybe 3 sessions. So I'd look to see if we get like a double top somewhere inside this area, if we can respect that zone, or if we sweep that high. Come on, Dusk. Do your thing. Do that. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that just happened. What we're looking for is like a screen mover. Price action just moves the whole screen. So we need to get confirmation here that wave one was done. So like here's my example, right? Like if we don't get up to this level over here, and let's say we kind of top out here inside the zone, excuse me, and then wave one wasn't done. Then wave 1 will probably top out here inside this area. Then we'll measure out that wave 2 to see what those levels look like. But if we do get into this area over here, then wave 1 was done here, wave 2 was here, which is ridiculous, and then wave 3 would look like something over here inside this area, inside this order block. Me personally, I'm leaning towards, you know, kind of topping out here inside this area. We do get a wave 1, get a confirmed wave 1, and then we can get a move down into this level. Music streaming with no hiccups. That's an all-time high for the stream. Ba da da da. Ba da 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 ba. Da 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 da. Let's just take a peek real quick on daily. Yeah. It's a decent candle. Man, oh man, oh man. If that thing were to retrace all the way back down to 2804, ugh. Ugh. People are going to scream. Yeah, not out of the woods yet, man. That's tough. And maybe we can build somewhere inside here. Build something inside here. Oh, I want to build in these areas right over here. I'll probably end up DCing inside these zones. So I'm gonna wait for the next session, not this session per se, because I feel like that's just me entering blindly. But I'm gonna wait for these areas over here. Because we all know what ETH can do, right? ETH can literally retrace entire pumps. Let's look at this on lower time frame. Exhaustion, running out of strength. Okay. All right. I'm gonna do something risky here. I'm gonna build inside this box, inside this area over here. I'm just gonna start doing some small little orders. And then, you know, my excuse me, my stop loss is gonna be above. Ooh, actually, I take that back. I just saw this. We got a 9 failure here. I got a 9 failure right there. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for this. No, so X-nay on what I said over here. If it just dumps from here, then that, you know, that's my miss. But then that opens the door for the long that I'm looking for in this area. What is going on with my? Hold on. There we go. If I miss it, I miss it. But I'm looking at this 9 failure. This is a lower time frame. So let's wait for these sessions, see what we get over here. We might get a flush of these shorts into this zone right over here, 29.77. River looking good. Oh, 8,000, 10,000. Okay, cool. All right, bet. Yeah, I think I adjusted to 10,000 though. River turn. Turn on the river. Down we go. That's one of the settings for Twitch. Okay. Appreciate that, Solar. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Thank you. It has a $5 difference? Holy cow. BTC levels. Yeah, I'll show you BTC. Let me just do this. I mean, BTC's at like a do or die level right now. I think it's got to maintain like these zones right over here. So let's mark a box for that. And it's pretty wide, to be honest with you. That's pretty wide. Actually, if I'm going to drill down on this, $85 and some change, 85 to 84. See if you can get, if we can get any type of bounce, if we can by a miracle get to 103. But if this thing continues to tank lower, $72. And where that puts ETH, I would probably put ETH somewhere like 25, 22. That'll literally pull everything down with it. And that would put literally USDT most likely somewhere here in Casa Carajo. 6.7. That's I don't even want to fathom that. USDT at 7.298. The whole market is going to be horrible. It's going to look ridiculous. That's what I would look at for BTC, to hold that 84, 85 area and pray that you can at least get back to 103. We lose 84, 85, and I'd be looking at the 70s, 72s, things like that. And if you want to use something in conjunction with that, look at look at USDT. All right, I don't know. Am I getting sick? I don't know if I'm getting sick. I hope I'm not. Solar, just send me a note on that so I can send that over to their developers and just kind of like, yo, like WTF, what's up with this? I mean, it's a $5 step. So you're seeing, bro, let me just open up L Bank. What was I looking for? River? Bro, River's at 70.240. It's 70.285 in those areas. What you talking about, Willis? I appreciate you, Scissors. My man. Thank you, bro. Mix. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, but River's in line on L Bank. River's in line. Yeah, I don't trade on OKX. I don't know why OKX is showing 75 though. But as long as L Bank's in line, that's what I care about. Is River still worth buying? Maybe when you get down to these levels, like 51, 52, I would consider, you know, looking at some longs in those areas because deep enough flush. Oh, my bad. I misunderstood there. Got it. Okay. My bad. I understand what you're saying now. Yeah, get off that exchange. Just a quick reminder, guys. We do have ScalpX does have a partnership with L Bank. If you do choose to trade with us on L Bank, you do have the opportunity to have your VIP level upgraded. There's no additional charge for that or anything of that nature. All you have to do is just open up an account. The link is at the top of this chat. It's pinned to the top. You can see it there. Once you open up an account, you deposit $250 into your account. Send me a screenshot with your deposit and your UID, and I'll make sure that you get upgraded in your VIP. Higher VIP means lesser fees. And that is your commercial for the day. Listen, if Prime, Netflix, Disney, if all of them can do that, I'm going to do that.
Look at me. Look at me.
Dusk is hitting some levels. Come on, River. Come on, River. I'm going to start calling River JT, Justin Timberlake. Cry it for me, baby. Cry it for me. I just want to see that high yeah, like, oh my gosh. See that move. See what you got. Yeah, quick sponsor break. Straight up. Hey, at least I'm not trying to feed like some medical pill that's going to tell you like what your side effects are going to be. You might have crazy thoughts. You might have anal bleeding. You might sit there and and have trouble breathing. I can't stand those commercials. Sounds worse than the damn symptom itself. Oh. Yeah, what's going on here? It's the next. This is the new 34-minute session. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still a long way down. Gotta wait for that next session. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's a long way down. So next session would be 1, 2, 3, 4. This would be easier. So gotta wait for that next 34-minute session. So about an hour. So roughly around like I don't know, 320, 330. Seeing what gives us. Maybe we get a little flush up and then we can push down. Male RX. There's not going to be a Hims commercial. Promise you that. That's all you see on Twitter now. My boyfriend said he wanted harder erections. It's like, whoop, swipe. I don't need to read this stuff. That sounds inappropriate. I apologize. But it's the truth. That's the type of advertisement they shove down our throat. No pun intended. Yeah, I still got shorts on River. Yeah, I've TP'd some on my River short. Just made a quick hundo on it and then just left the runner. I took an overnight position on River, went to sleep, woke up, and I was like, oh, cool, profits. I took an overnight position right around like 80, right inside this area. 83.7. Come on, ETH. I know you're inducing them. I can smell it. I swear, I feel like Money Man's entered into this. And is just toying with people. You're not gonna give me my box, are you? You're gonna deny this box. Interesting. Come on, free trade up here. Come on. River sitting right over here. River right back into this little demand area. What kind of demand area do we have over here? What is so significant? Oh, I see. I mean, this was the push. They got to retest it, and then that created the high. So they're trying to reclaim that area again. Makes sense. Makes sense for it to flush. Yeah, there's very little liquidity that sits there. 15%. Nothing even on the charts there to show how much is there. Nothing really. It's dismal. One, two, three, four. You just gotta flip that level. It's okay. But if you push back down, you go back into a bullish setup phase. Am I counting that right? 1, 2. I can't see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, close above that. So this is your magic area right now. There you go, ETH. That's what I'm looking for. Come on. Come on. You know you can do it. You know you want to do it. Don't get me wrong. I want to short this area. I'm not in the mood for it to be a bad entry and then run to this area and then run right back down. I want to. Don't get me wrong. I want to, but I'm just gonna wait. I got like another hour on that one or so. I don't think you would get the difference in price. The liquidity, it's an indicator that I wrote. So if you're curious, these are all the indicators. It's all these. These are what come with the package that I have for people. Some people, they just want to do a la carte, you know, they could rent them out for like a better terminology, but most people, it gives such a ridiculous discount to people. It behooves them to pick up all of them in one shot. And there's roughly 15 different indicators. So you just pull me up on TradingView. You can see them there. You want to review them. There's other people that are inside this stream, inside this chat, that actually utilize them. They can give you a testimony to them if they work, if it helps them, makes them more profitable. They have a little bit more stability in the decisions they're making for their trades, their setups, what have you. You don't have to take my word for it. But they all boil down, even down to like harmonics. So like some people are like, well, I want to trade harmonics and I don't know how to trade harmonics. There's an indicator that's for that, and it gives you all these different ones, and you can set them up to where if you just want to hunt for bearish patterns or bullish patterns, and then you can customize your TPs. It defaults to these areas, but you can always adjust them if you see different levels that you're looking for specifically. So I'll kind of give you an example here. Turn it on. Do I actually have, I think I have a bearish one that sits over here. Yeah, I'm not going to find anything that's bullish. So let's look for, yeah, bearish. There it is. Okay. And the way that I set it up is so your stop loss is 2.01%. Doesn't mean that the move is invalidated. So for example, here, you could have entered here, but then it would have stopped you right here. So that way you don't just get completely liquidated. And then it transposes onto multiple different time frames. Let's find this one does not picking up any pivot points off of that. Maybe river is a bad example. Yeah, so see some of these that got stopped out. You can see it there. You can see a little bit better on ETH. On my 3-day, I believe I have. It's not my 3-day. It's my 377. Yeah, I think it's my 377. Here I can actually do bullish. See? Yeah, see, it ran into the stop loss here, but the pattern is still valid. So then you would have just had a better entry that sits over here. And you can see where I'm getting my wave B from. 3057. So all the hard work is essentially done for you per se. But if we run back into entry levels, I'll put that back on for a second. You know, run back into entry levels, not these entry levels. This is going to give you confirmation. Like if you take that area, you come back and revisit, then this pattern is confirmed. But if you come back into these levels, the pattern is still valid, which puts us right at that 2804. That's what we were talking about earlier. So just shoot me a DM if it's something you're interested in, something that you want to take advantage of. I do offer tutorials with them. Now the tutorials, exactly what they sound like. They're tutorials on how to use them. The tutorials are not the mentorship. Mentorship is something that's private. I've actually already locked it down for February, so I'm not taking on any more students. My last 2 students just signed up yesterday. But if you wanted to be on rotation going into the next month, just shoot me a DM and I can give you the details about that. I do have some students in here as well too, and they can shine some light on that as well too. I have some students in here that I've worked with for years, to be quite honest. And yes, there's a lot of hand holding. But that's just the dad in me. That's just the dad in me. I want to make sure you guys are good. All right, give me a quick second, guys. I'm gonna grab a little snack. I'm starving here.
Look at me. Look at me.
Like devotion, empty notion. Like a roaring ocean.
Okay, I'm back. Need a bite to eat. Sorry about that. Didn't that competition just end for Bitunix? I ranked 4th place in that. Interesting. The solo I did 24. I think the team I did 16. 15.9. Splitting hairs. Man, this is annoying. What? Look at that. Not the ideal area to enter, really. That was a pretty hard push on a 1 minute. Oh wait, hold up. 9 printing? Oh yeah, give it to us. Please give it to us. Come on, squeeze them. Squeeze them into the zone. You can do it, ETH. I believe in you. River, you're just sitting there. You're not doing anything, River. Yeah, I want to see this sweep. This right here, right into the zone right over here. If it goes higher, great. But this would be ideal. Get us right back into the zone. Maybe even push a little bit higher. Oh, I have one of them says like look at me, and I have another one that says something different. So they're just spread all the way across. They're all spread across. A whole bunch of them. These are basically all of them. USDT, Aster, ETH, Dusk. Just kind of reminders like, you know, go look at it. It says, hey, look at me. So, yeah, no, it's kind of, it freaks people out here in my house too. Because if I don't have my headphones on, like my computer all of a sudden be like, look at me. Look at me. You know, like, yo, what is going on? They have this one notification sound. It's a female's voice. She's like, yeah. All right, this is what we're looking for on on ETH. Keep pushing. Again, we're looking for this area right over here. This will give us, you know, confirmation that wave 1 is in, it's booked, and then we can look for wave 2, look for long entries on wave 2. Can't really do anything with river here. Like, can't long it, can't short it here in this area. Just kind of just sit and wait. No, ETH, you're going the wrong way. I'm going the wrong way, buddy. There you go. Come on. Get up there. I got a 9 on that. Come on. Don't get shy. I got an order block that developed there too. That's interesting. Okay. They're trying to flip that that resistance area into support. If we see a big push, we'll know why. This is the painful part of the day. That's usually why I'm done with like around 11:30, because after 11:30 it gets stagnant. You might get like a little move here and there, but for the most part it just becomes stagnant. Most people have already exited and they're just sitting. Mainly this is now where you're seeing probably retail entering here. Not to say that we are not retail, but flag on 8-minute. No. I mean, I see what you're looking at. No. It's a good catch, though. Good eye for that. But I don't think it is. One-minute sell signal? Interesting. Come on, man. Flush them. Flush them. Squeeze those shorts. Silly. There you go. Come on. Do it, do it, do it. Nice little tiny whipsaw right there. What's that look like on 34? We're getting there. getting there.
I could seat you by the fire. Listen, listen. There's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright. But
I have a feeling River's going to kind of stay here until the next day, and it's going to make a move right back up to 81, maybe even 91 if it really wants to.
cause I'll bring you to light. And it might taste bitter.
Just depends on how that daily closes.
You can call me killer.
I mean, if it can close down here, then we'll get a shooting star. And then we'll want to review what that next level will be, that bearish retest level would be. Real test of patience here. Real test of patience. I will look to see if I can get a short in there, because I don't know if they're going to squeeze this area, these shorts over here today, and push us into 2980. But it's on the list, if that makes any sense. It's on the list. I'm gonna give it to about 3:30, so I'm gonna give it roughly about another 40 minutes here or so. See what develops. A little cluster right on like 2910, but there's more longs that are entering over here. More shorts on L Bank, and there's more shorts on Bytunix. Let's look at funding real quick.
You can call me killer. As you look into my eyes, nothing but a sinner. You won't
They're positive, or no, they're negative. No, they're positive. Excuse me. That's not good. River on Can't believe the River's at a negative 10 on OKX. And on Binance it's negative 7. What the F? I think that looks like it wants to sit there and pump. It may not even get this level. It may have to come up to 91, 98. If that's the case. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to what I said earlier. I'm gonna by the end of the day, I'll be out of River. Just don't trust it. I know we got some new people that are kind of strolling in. Just want to put that on your screen there so you guys can get an idea for some of the guidelines as far as how I'm running this challenge. Pay special note to the very last line on there. I gotta figure out a way how to timestamp things that I say so that it's easy for people just to kind of roll back the video and go back to that. I don't know if there's a way to do that live. Man, that's a decent rejection off of there. Why? You don't even have a cell signal yet. Didn't even come to my level. You son of a donkey. What? You're on camera? ETH just went. Why? What's going on here? Let's look at 1 minute. See if we can flush this level. I definitely would have longed that, but no interest in longing that. I like the lower levels. So market's kind of boring here at this area. I mean, I'm going to rock with you guys for probably about another 40 minutes or so. We're going to look at this 34-minute session. But if you guys do have questions that are strategy related or setup related or anything like that, feel free to chime in. I am inside of the chat. I do engage with you guys. I'm happy to assist in that regard. I'm most likely going to be closing all my positions by the end of bell close, which will be roughly around 4:30. I'll be offline by that time, and then looking for brand new positions going into tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to be holding anything going into the next day, especially with River, the way River is actually performing here. If it gives me a shooting star, that's great. You know, that gives me a higher probability for a reversal candle on a daily. But if it decides to run right back up inside of that area, and it's going to be the same thing again, like just building that short again. So I have taken a decent amount of profits off of River. And like I said, I don't plan on holding it going through Asia or London. I'll be looking for better entries, or not necessarily better entries, or re-entry, if you will, on the short. And now if we get down to, let's say 52 or something like that, during Asia or during London for River, then I'm open to looking at longing in that area back into that zone of like 81 and even possibly 91. Those are going to be the levels that I'm going to be looking at. I could do 65x on ETH, and no, I mean it forces me to have more precision on my entries, and so that's why I start executing from lower time frames. But it kind of forces that, and then I move everything. I only move what I'm trading with into futures. I leave everything else on spot. So, you know, in the event that I got liquidated for, let's say there's a crazy move, you know, it's not going to liquidate my entire portfolio. I think that's what happened to a lot of future traders on October 10th. You know, they got liquidated because they had everything inside of futures, and they're all running cross versus, you know, just trading with what you're going to trade with for that day or what have you. 500x. I couldn't stomach that. I'm not gonna front. I mean, I used to run slightly higher, like 75x, but I just dropped it down a smidge. Just gave me a little bit more breathing room. A successful stream, not necessarily a profitable one. Not many entries that we could have got into. If they happen after offline, then you guys, you heard it here. You know exactly what I'm doing. But usually Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and maybe even going into Thursdays, those are typically your most profitable days. Tripping? Was it there? Yeah, margin size can vary, my friend. Just depends on the move. I'd use something that you're comfortable with. That way, it's something that you can manage on your side. That's my only recommendation. My risk management may be a little bit different from yours because I'm hedged about 99% of the time. So I have room to run into the red because I'll have an opposite position that's going to offset any of those drawdowns. Yeah. A push is a win. At least that's what they say at the Hard Rock. Yeah, I can't do 500x. I couldn't stomach that. Would be a $1 position. Yeah. 50 cent. Then post like a 4,000 ROI P&L card. There you go, ETH. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, we're in these stagnant areas. Just poopy. Poopy, poopy, poopy. So we're inside this internal structure right now. This little mini internal structure inside here. You know, we have a bigger structure that sits here, and then obviously a much larger structure here. Just looking at these little mini structures, if it breaks internal structure, actually, let's look at so I don't have any breaker structures here yet. So those breaker structures are really what we should be paying attention to, looking for those as far as shorts. All we have right now is just a change of character. And did we get a pullback on that change of character? I think we did. Yeah, a small pullback, a dismal one. So you got to break a structure here on river here in this area, so that made sense to short, but you have no change of character or anything like that. So I don't understand the longs. I would understand if maybe someone wanted to long a change of character, scalp it, and then, you know, re-enter into a short and then re-long a break of structure. But there's none of that occurring over here. And so for ETH, got to wait for that break of structure. That break of structure will probably provide the short. So to answer your question earlier, Solar, I think we were talking about 2950 as far as possibly shorting that. You know, if I don't have a break of structure here on this area, on this zone, which I probably most likely won't, then I'll pull back from that, and then I'll start targeting these upper areas, these liquidity pockets up here, 2979, 2986, inside those areas, right over here. That's what I'm going to be hunting for. I'm so happy I took profits on River. I'm very happy about that. I have no appetite for being round tripped on that. It's one of those coins I would want to fight if I could. I mean that in the most non-violent way. Probably just give it a bunch of mean looks. I did a hunjo on River. Yeah, like I said, this is like the boring part of the day, man. You're entering at 76. Yeah, I see you're at this area right over here. A little bit higher, 76 area. I see that. You gave me a buy signal finally down here. That's crazy. Okay. No buy signal on that either. I'd be careful with river though. Just be careful. That's all. I think maybe somewhere inside of this area, 78 maybe. I mean, and 76 might print for you. I'm not saying that's a bad idea. I say just be careful. That's what I'm getting at, because you do have a buy signal that printed on the lower time frames right over here with ADX collapsing. So we don't know how far this ADX is going to collapse or if it's going to completely collapse altogether. Oh, that looks like a scallop top on a 5 minute for ETH. I don't know if that's going to pan out, but that's what that looks like. Uh, wrong one, wrong one, wrong one. That's good. That's good. I'll take that. I don't know if that's gonna hold, but if I have a scallop top, then that opens a door for us at those levels that we were talking about. River went to 67 today, roughly. Well, yeah, if that this is ADX represents strength based on who's ever in the dominant position. So your DI negative is bearish momentum. Your bearish momentum is starting to collapse, which means you're going to see price action going higher because as this is coming down, price action starts going higher. Then they're losing strength on top of that. So that's the reason why you see the move up. ADX represents strength, and your DI negative represents bearish momentum, and DI positive represents bullish momentum. You're looking at this as a shoulder, and this being a head, and then having another shoulder over here. Is that what you're looking at? You're welcome, Guido. One, two, three, four. I keep doing that. Yeah, very possible. I mean, it's possible. Let's see what happens when we get down to those lower levels. I'd probably full port short that. Could also be a complex head and shoulders as well too, where you have multiple shoulders. Those are not uncommon in crypto. Yeah. Yep. And my entry is 82.753. I'm for it. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for it. Let's look at DMI here. Yeah, volatility kicking in here. No strong sell signal. Let's go to a slightly higher time frame. 34 volatility kicking in. Yeah, this is just going to be painful to watch. We got ADX that's increasing on DI positive. Did it cross over? It crossed over. Yeah, maybe get a little push down here, and then we pull right back up. Yeah, I'll be ready for it. I'll be ready for it. I really think this area is going to maintain itself. You know, I have lower targets, but I genuinely think we do need to stretch a little bit higher overall going into the month of February. 100%, you know, 3052, 3057, like this area will be tapped. Like if it's not already tapped this week, right? I definitely see that level being tapped into. It's more of like this level right over here getting into February. You know, maybe we enter into February, maybe we close somewhere on this area. Yeah, wave B, wave B and wave 4 can both be complex. But no, I mean, I'm looking at it as we're inside of a wave 1 from an impulse perspective, right? Because you already had your drop down, you had your ABC. So you have an impulse 1, looking at 2, looking at 3, 4. That's if it stops here. Like this 4 is subject to be adjusted. So I don't know if this is where wave 4 is going to be. Wave 4 can be somewhere over here. I'll adjust that once we get there accordingly. And then wave 3 could also not be that high. Wave 3 could be somewhere over here. So like these are the levels I'm looking at. I'm looking at 1.618 and I'm looking at 2.618. Wave 5 is going to be contingent on wherever wave 3 goes. And same thing with wave 4. It's contingent on wherever wave 3 goes. If it goes here or if it goes here. This makes more sense to me from an impulse wave perspective, right? Seeing a push up like that, but that's not out of the question either. I mean, it's still an up thrust. It's just it's a weak wave 3. And then I would adjust this if this can get down to here, because it bounced off of this 382. That was kind of alarming. I was like, that's not common for a wave 2 to come down to a 0.32 level, bounce, and then move all the way up. It's just not common. Can it happen? Sure, but it's just not common. So then that would tell me wave 4 is going to be sharp. So I'd probably flush out all these longs, everybody getting happy and giddy, everybody starts to long this area, and then you see a massive squeeze right back down into the 2800s. Oh, I got close to your 76. Got real close to your 76. You might get it here in the next session or two. That looks like accumulation in that area. Oh boy. Oh. Right. Before I get ready to sign off, I'll make sure that you guys are sent off in the appropriate way. For those that are new to following me, I am a faith-driven trader. I do everything by leading by his guidance. And like Paul says, faith grows by hearing the word of God. That being said, Father, thank you for today. Even though the price action was slow and not much was happening on the charts, we thank you for the lesson you're really teaching us, which is patience. Your word says, but let patience have its perfect work, that you may be perfect and complete and lacking nothing. Father, we ask that you help us to continue to be patient, do its work in us, not just in trading, but in our character, in our emotions, and in our walk with you. Thank you for reminding us that we don't have to force trades. Not trading is also a decision. Waiting can be more powerful than reacting. As we end this stream, I ask that you calm our minds from the urge to overtrade or chase something that isn't there. Teach us to be okay with nothing happening, if that's what wisdom looks like for the day. Cover everyone who tuned in and every family they represent. Give them peace, rest, and clarity. And when the real moves do come, let us be ready, disciplined, focused, and led by your spirit, not by fearing missing out. We put this day, this stream, and our next steps in your hands. And everybody said, amen. All right. All right, guys. I'm going to be getting ready to wind down, hop off of here. I'm going to be looking at, I'll still be monitoring the charts. I have some things that I have to handle here in the next hour or so. So I'll be managing it from a distance. But I will be posting inside of Discord anything that pops up, whether I'm going to be longing, whether I see some short entries, what have you. So do be sure to be following me inside there. If you guys run into any sticking points, feel free to DM me. A lot of you guys know that I do reply to your DMs. I try to advise and guide you the best way possible. Outside of that, I hope today was an informative stream for you and beneficial to you overall. As we go into Asia and we go into London, I ask that you be safe. And as you start close out your positions profitable. Even if there was little to no gain, it's still profitable. And above all, God bless you guys. Let peace be with you. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Peace, guys.